My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Good, the Bad, and the Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, and we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, the Bad, and the Hungy every week on the Voice of Wrestling Network.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling listener. Dave Ryan here. Have you ever wondered to yourself how many hidden gems are hidden away inside the last years of World Championship Wrestling? Have you ever asked yourself how many tenuous gags can be made about the name Mike Enos? And have you ever thought about what it sounds like for two Irishmen to interpret a very chaotic company through its B show? The answers to all this and more are just a click away. Check out Days of Thunder every second Thursday on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everyone, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 261, and we're back to a more normal format after the other chaos of the last 2 weeks, and I'm pleased to be joined by a returning guest. Hello, Arametha.
Hey, John. Greetings from the Beppu of America, Des Moines, Iowa.
How's it going?
It's going all right. It's really hot out, actually. I don't feel like going outside. You want to podcast for a few hours?
Yeah, sounds good to me. We've had a lot of audio issues today already. The Tony Khan conspiracy is out to get us or something. So you were talking about the air. You were like, the AEW people don't want you to get on the air and talk about anything right now.
You tell too much truth. So it's a conspiracy to subvert your audio setup so that truth can't get out on the internet.
So, somebody out there is going to take this seriously and use it as an example on one of the locked Discord channels in the VOW Discord as like, there's New Japan fans blaming everything on Tony Khan again. I love the internet. It's so funny. But yeah, a lot's been going on. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who bared with us last week, because I listened back to some of that episode and it was the audio was all over the place. I mean, recording from the hotel room, and the air conditioner got fucking ridiculous, and I've never heard central air get that loud. Like, I have to turn my air conditioner off at home because it's a window air conditioner, so I just suffer in the heat for my listeners because otherwise it's way too loud. But like, I've never heard central air in a hotel be that loud. It's insane how loud the air in that hotel was. So, that part was annoying. And then, had people knocking on the door, and Nicole with her controller on playing Genshin in the background, and just it was a wild episode. But anyway, that's what I you had to do what I had to do. Otherwise, it was either record on location or you guys weren't getting an episode last week. So, you know. But yeah, Otakon was all right. I did not have Daryl Surratt show up and roast my panel this time like he did at Anime Boston, my Japanese wrestling panel. So that was cool.
Oh, did he? So he did that last time in Boston. What exactly did he do?
Yeah. Well, he like you and I think you and I were the ones who talked about it on the air, but basically he didn't like.
Oh, he tweeted about it. I thought he heckled you from the audience.
No, nothing that bad. He like posted about it on Blue Sky.
Okay.
But yeah, he did not show up this time and roast my panel. So, but yeah, it was funny. But everybody in attendance seemed to get a kick out of all the merch I brought again, so that was cool.
Oh, good.
But yeah, it was a good time. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really been playing a lot of Chun Theme lately. That's mostly what I've been doing.
Chun Theme? What is that?
So it's like a Japanese rhythm game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like I don't think it's that new anymore. I think it's from like 2017 or maybe even 2015. But I only got into it like I want to say 2 years ago. And when I was playing it in Japan, it's one of those Japanese rhythm games that has like a touchpad across the bottom, like a touch sensor.
Okay,
so
yeah, I'm looking at a picture of the machine.
Yeah, it's like kind of like you're sort of like playing a piano keys, but not really because it's just one big touch bar. And then there's also the big gimmick though is there's a motion sensor on either side, and some of the notes require you to actually lift your hand up or like lift it back.
Okay.
So you have to like it goes like play like it, basically you're like hitting the button, hit the button, and then at the end of it you'll have to raise your hand up and you have to hold your hand up and maybe make a motion up and down. So it's kind of fun and it makes you look like it looks ridiculous to play, I'm sure, to outside people, but because of all the hand movement. But
well, that's every Japanese rhythm game. Big fan of these like rhythm arcade games. I actually even bought like a special Groove Coaster controller for my PC to play that. Yeah, because like there's nothing quite like there's no way to really replicate the big analog sticks that you have on a Groove Coaster machine on just a little controller, right? So instead, back before the de minimis exception got canceled by Trump, I had purchased one of those Chinese knockoffs for Groove Coaster to work on my PC, and it works pretty darn well.
Yeah, I mean it's I have a home Sound Voltex controller because I was like really big on Sound Voltex for a little while, which is another.
Oh, that's the one with like 4 buttons, right?
Yeah, it's like 4 buttons in the middle, and then the two buttons behind it, and then like 2 knobs. Yeah, but I got way more into Chun Theme lately, and I was gonna say mostly before recently I was mostly only able to play it at either anime conventions in America or when I went over to Japan, but suddenly like these Japanese style arcades are opening around me. Like there's one in this mall in Queens, and then there's in the same chain. I think it's called like Gotcha or something, which is a funny name. But yeah,
I think I've been to that mall in Queens because that's like a dedicated like Asian culture mall. Are we talking about the same one?
I think so. Yeah. It's in Queens Chinatown.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So that opened semi recently, and then another one opened near my dad's house recently. So I've been going there when I visit my dad in New Jersey. But yeah, it's also I just thought it was funny because friend of the show Andrew, who may or may not be related to former Omakase guest, the Bebbler, he said something like he was talking a lot about these Labubus, right, on the Super J-Cast Discord, which is like they're like these weird Hong Kong stuffed animals. I don't know how else to describe them.
Yeah, Zoomer Beanie babies.
Yeah, and so I went to that arcade by my dad's house in New Jersey to play Chun Theme this past weekend, and there's this big sign outside the outside of the arcade. Just is like, yes, we have Labubus. I was just like laughing because they've become such a meme on the Super J-Cast Discord lately, and it was just I don't know, it was very like worlds collide here. but because they give out like prizes and shit if you do play certain games, not the music games, of course, but like they have like crane games and there's other prizes, and they're like, yes, we have Labubu, so come get your Labubu today. So that was funny. But they also opened a fucking like anime merchandise store in the Menlo Park Mall in New Jersey, which that boggles my fucking mind because that mall, like, first of all, used to be super fancy. I guess is now less fancy since malls are dying in general. And it's like it's one of the only ones it feels like people still go to. But like, why? There's so many fucking weebs now that there's a fucking anime store in Menlo Park Mall.
Yeah,
it's like
and it's
really
not new either. But there's like a couple big Bandai Namco stores in Times Square too, right? Where you can buy figures and Gunpla. So
yeah, they what the fuck do they call them again? Tamashii Nations, I think.
Yes,
right.
That sounds right.
So yeah, I've been to the one in Times Square. It's all right. It's nowhere near as big as the Tokyo one.
It's fun for browsing. Do not purchase anything there.
Yeah, it's like really, really, really expensive. It's even more expensive than the Tokyo one, which is already very expensive compared to like, a lot of other Japanese places. But yeah, it is crazy just how many like weebs there are now. Just again, Otakon did like 43,000 people again. It's actually down a little bit from last year, which was 46,000, but still 43,000 is fucking crazy.
Well, I wonder if this is also the backwash of a lot of Japanese arcades closing during COVID, is that they're importing machines into America, which kind of does feel like a growing market for these kind of machines. Even here in the Midwest, I can just travel up to Chicago or Minneapolis, and I'll find Round Ones or other arcade or barcade stores with Japanese rhythm machines on them.
Well, that is funny because they're opening a Round One in that Menlo Park Mall, so it's going to have 2 Japanese arcades in it.
Oh, really?
Like, how are they going to do? That seems like a lot of Japanese arcades for one New Jersey mall. But like when I saw that sign, like Round One coming soon, I'm like, you already have a Japanese arcade in this mall. What, you're going to have 2? Very strange.
Well, I guess Round One, though, they also offer bowling and a lot of other arcade machines, right? Like, it's almost the normie pick. They just always have dedicated Japanese arcade machines for weebs as well.
Yeah. But anyway, Truth Theme's cool. I got my first full combos in Expert this weekend, so was very happy for myself.
Congrats.
Thank you.
What's your favorite song to play on it?
My favorite song to play on Truth Theme? Wow. I kind of live in the Vocaloid sections. Okay,
it's a Sega machine. That makes sense.
Yeah, so it's probably a Vocaloid song. Let me think of the exact one. There's one that's like ridiculously fun to play. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's definitely a Gumi song. Maybe Jinsei Reset Button, probably my favorite one.
Okay.
There's another song that's not a Nico Nico song that I really, really love, but I'm trying to remember what the fuck the English name for it is because I only have the Japanese name on my iPhone, of course. It's like Yandoa. I don't know. Yando something Nalatola ku Meika. Traku Meika. It's like a song about it's a song about making songs, which is funny.
All right.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. You know me?
No, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the Vocaloid catalog.
This one actually isn't Vocaloid. This is like one of those non-Vocaloid Nico Nico songs, basically. But yeah, it's You Know Me and Nika Mock, I think. Although I might be pronouncing that wrong. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's kind of an old song now. It's like 2017, but it's also a song I really liked anyway, and it's also really fun to play in the game. So yeah, probably one of those two. But yeah, that's Japanese rhythm game chat. Also, I bought my first ticket for the Japan trip at the end of the year. It was great.
What was it? Was it New Japan?
No, it was.
Was it Noah? Oh wait, sorry, it had to be Stardom. You're really excited about Stardom. I bet you already bought all the tickets you need for it. What is it? It's Stardom, right?
It's great though.
Sorry, I misheard you. What was that again?
Great.
Okay, all right, yeah. Why?
Because first of all, most of the stuff you said is not even on sale yet, or doesn't even have dates officially announced. Because Japan is fucking ridiculous. Like we don't I mean we all assume that Dream Kingdom's happening on December 29th because it has like the last 3 years in a row. They haven't fucking said that yet though.
Nope.
Like that's not on their calendar or anything. I assume they're gonna announce it on the what's it called, on the 5-star final next weekend if I had to guess. But like they have not announced it yet. So let alone I can't buy tickets for it. Wrestle Kingdom, they're way behind. They used to announce it in like mid-July. They finally just put out the ticket prices, which actually I wanted to talk about anyway, which I'm gonna get to that in a second. Maybe just do that before we get into the G1 stuff. But yeah, they finally put out the ticket prices. So the pre-sale, the fan club pre-sale should be starting soon. And they said the general on sale, I think, is like October 1st or something. So it's still a ways away. No, they haven't announced yet what they're doing. That we don't know if they're running the Budokan again on January 1st, or if they're going back to Ariake like they did the year before, or what the fuck they're doing. But yeah, great, or Gleet, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. It is great, but obviously it's spelled Gleet, so I feel like some people probably don't even know it's great. They are running Shinjuku Face on December 30th. Which is a way smaller building than they usually run with the December 30th show. They usually run Tokyo Dome City Hall. It's not even just that they're drawing two tiny crowds for it, but like I think I heard some new company bought Tokyo Dome City Hall and actually jacked up the price to rent it.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing. So like that's probably why they're actually not running it.
Besides, that's going to have implications for a lot of other wrestling companies too. Like Tokyo Joshi Pro likes to run it. Yeah, Stardom likes to run it, and maybe Stardom can afford it, but
they notably did not run it last year.
It's true
because they used to, because they would typically run it for that January 4th show that they were going head to head against Tokyo Joshi with.
Well, they only did that once,
yeah, but they've run it other times too, I think. But yeah, I was gonna say the following year they moved it back from January 4th to January 3rd, and they moved it to a totally new building, which is actually right next to the Ariake, which is where the G1 was moved to this year.
Right, and that always felt like it was Bushiroad trying to get foreign fans to go to both a Stardom and a New Japan show by keeping them in the same area. And for whatever reason, I guess that didn't work, or they decided it wasn't worth the hassle.
Yeah. So,
it's always awkward how Stardom seems to have to run something in close proximity to January 4th, because that's when the foreigners are in, but they have their biggest show of the year at the end of December. So following up on that has generally felt a little awkward that we were missing some match from Dream Kingdom that had to headline a show around Wrestle Kingdom instead, but...
Yeah, so I mean, we don't know they're doing that at all this year.
We don't know. Yeah.
So they haven't. I mean, the only thing we have is we have the Korakuen dates, because they went really far out with the Korakuen dates. I think they went through like next February or March. So we know they're running the 24th for the Christmas one, which you and I are both gonna miss. I think you land the same day I land, right? I think you land the 27th.
27th sounds right. Yeah.
And then we know they're running January 10th and 11th, which is a little earlier than usual, which you and I are both going to, I think. I think you're also saying.
Yes, I'm planning to go to those and Kingdom. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't know what they're doing otherwise yet. I guess we'll probably find out the Dream Kingdom date next week for sure, I would think. Or at latest, maybe the Yokohama Budokan show on the 6th. But yeah, we don't. And who knows when we'll find out if they're doing anything else around Wrestle Kingdom, but yeah, so great. But yeah, but to get back to Gleet, or Great, or whatever. So they're running Shinjuku. They're running Shinjuku Face on December 30th instead of Tokyo Dome City Hall. Shinjuku Face, obviously a very tiny building, and I want to see them before they possibly die. And believe it or not, they even though it is a tiny building, I was still a little surprised when I looked at the website, and not only were tickets on sale already, but they're already on few remaining for every category. So I was like, okay, if I don't jump on this, I legitimately could miss out on going to Gleet.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I'm going to just buy the fucking ticket now. I mean, the only other thing that's announced so far is Big Japan at Korakuen, which is like, I've seen Big Japan. I don't really need to see Big Japan, so I'm good on that, I think. So yeah, I am officially going to Great, and it's the only ticket I've bought so far for this show.
Are you noticing tickets just getting more expensive for more than just New Japan?
Yes, I think tickets have gone up, and ticket prices have gone up in general, I think.
Just in general, yeah. It's not just Bushiroad companies doing it.
Yeah.
A friend was telling me about how he went to, I think it was Okada Omega 1, and paid like $200 for extremely good seats on the floor. And those days are gone.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Wrestling prices because they were just announced today. It's interesting. They didn't just raise the price; they changed a bunch of the way the tickets work too, which I found kind of interesting. So, okay, the floor seats. This is the headline here is what is like Japanese fans are all fucking tweeting about, and I don't blame them. Like they're really pissed about this. So the first row last year was 200,000 yen. You can basically think about. I mean, it's not 1-to-1, but you can basically, if people don't know how yen works, you can think about that as like basically equivalent of $2,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really that in real life, but that's sort of what it's supposed to be the equivalent of. Front row this year is 1 million yen, which again would be the equivalent of like $10,000. In actuality, it's like $6,809 right now by the exchange rate, but still very expensive. They're now that moved. That their whole thing, what they're saying is that's within the barrier. So they basically moved front row up to like where? Do you remember when the Zigglers were like sitting at ringside in the 2024
right? Yeah,
I believe that's what they're talking about. So it's going to be up inside the barrier. So like there's going to be like a second barrier basically. The way there's like the two barriers. So it's going to be between the two barriers probably. So it'll be closer than it used to be basically is how they're trying to sell it. But yeah, 1 million yen for that. So enjoy everybody.
New Saudi Prince tier for New Japan. Great.
I mean, that's still not what WWE charges, like because they charge like I think 20,000 or something for ringside. But yeah, it's getting closer though. It's getting closer. I'm talking about for pay-per-views, you know.
No, that's what I figured. Those were WrestleMania prices. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Second row is up from 120,000 yen to 350,000 yen. But like front row is also inside the railing, apparently. So it's like there's two rows, quote unquote, inside the railing. But yeah, 1 million yen to 350K yen is quite the drop. Now, the third row category is back. Last year, it did not exist. Last year, it was just first row, second row, and then royal seats, third through sixth row. So third row category is back this year. And that is 200,000 yen. And that they also say is not inside the railings. It doesn't say that inside the railings. So this is the first row after the railing splits again. I did third row 2 years ago because it was a separate category 2 years ago. I believe it was 80,000 yen. So it's way up from that price that I paid, obviously. So yeah, so it was like basically from like 800 to like 2,000. Royal seats, which now they don't list what rows it is, so I don't even know if it's rows 4 through 6 or if it's like even more rows than that, like 4 through 7 or even 8 or something. That went up from 55,000 yen last year, which remember was rows 3 through 6 last year. Now it's at least starting at row 4 to 100,000 yen this year. And then after that, for the entire rest of the floor seats, they did something a little interesting here, where they went from arena. So it used to be arena A and B. So A would be everything after the sixth row, and B would be everything behind A, which I think A was usually like row 7 to 11 or 12, and then row B was everything else on the floor. Now they added a new category. So now there's A, B, and C. So A went up from 25,500 yen to 30,500 yen, which is fucking annoying because that's the category I was planning on buying. I guess I'm still going to do it, but it's, I have to pay an extra 5,000 yen now. Arena B went up from 15,500 yen to 20,500 yen. So that also went up 5,000 yen. And then Arena C, the new category, is 13,500 yen. So basically they add a new category of seats that's worse than the old Arena B seats, but also a little cheaper than the old Arena B seats, while jacking up the price for A and B. So it's interesting how they did that. The baseball stand seats, which is like all the normal baseball seats, since obviously the floor seats are where the baseball field is normally, so people don't normally sit there for a baseball game. First floor stand, the entire lower level went up a tiny bit from 11,500 yen to 13,500 yen. The second floor stand A is the only section that saw no price increase at all. The only regular section, I should say, because there's also a bunch of wacky, like multi-person sections that aren't worth getting into. But yeah, second floor stand A is still 8,500 yen, just like it was last year. And second floor stand B, the cheapest normal tickets, and also the worst seats in the house, went up from 5,500 yen to 6,500 yen. So even the cheapos got hit with the price increase. The balcony stand is like the stuff in between the first floor and second floor stand. They did a really interesting thing with that too. So those are the ones that are like the luxury boxes for the baseball games. So they're pretty high up, but they're like very nice seats, and they tend to sell out in the fan club pre-sale because a lot of fan club members who don't want ringside go for them. So this year they're on two sides, on the first base side and the third base side of the stadium. The third base side is unchanged. So they went up very slightly from 14,500 yen to 15,500 yen. So only a 1,000 yen increase. But now the third base side, they changed to a unlimited food and drink buffet. So you get like unlimited food and unlimited drink, and they even specifically says including alcohol, and that costs 32,000 yen. So it's about double. It's more than double the price of the other balcony stand seats on the third base side, but you get unlimited food and drink. I don't know.
How is the view from that seat?
It's very high up, so it's like in between because it's above the entire first floor.
So you'd probably be watching on the giant monitors.
You'd mostly be watching on the monitors, or people bring binoculars for those seats apparently.
Okay.
But yeah, it's basically a more nice seat. A more nice like stand seat is basically what it is, because it's also like the seat itself is nicer because it's a fucking luxury box for the baseball games.
Right.
So, but yeah, and it's also you get a little private area. But it's just interesting they're trying this new thing with the unlimited food and drink thing. It makes you wonder if those will still sell out in the fan club pre-sale, or if that will be too pricey for the type of fan who goes for balcony stand. But
this feels like it's also part of a general trend that we've already seen in the U.S. where they slice and dice seats in the stadium into smaller and smaller categories. That they also increase the price on in exchange for, this is our craft beer and craft food area, or these are seats that are like slightly closer to third base, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they do that all the time in baseball stadiums now with I sat in what the Blue Jay section was like, the TD Clubhouse, where it's like they're nicer than the regular seats, but you get your own little private restaurant area, and they bring food to your seat. But really, it's just a second level seat at the end of the day. And Yankee Stadium has that too, but I've only sat there once because the ticket prices for that are usually fucking insane. I think they call it the Delta Club or something. I just happened to see it really cheap one time, like on the day of. But
I wonder if this is why it took so long for them to announce Wrestle Kingdom, is because they were finalizing all these new price tiers and how they were splitting shit up. Yeah.
That's what I would assume. Because I thought originally maybe they were waiting to announce something big for Tanahashi, or at least hint something for Tanahashi at the G1 final, and they did nothing of the sort. So, I mean, it's just very... So, yeah, I guess this was the reason. But yeah, there you go. There's your little Wrestle Kingdom seat breakdown. Where do you think you're going to sit, by the way? Have you thought about it?
Haven't thought about it at all.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent now to watching Wrestle Kingdom in person for reasons we'll get into.
You might not even go?
No, I'll go. 100%. I will be in the building for Tanahashi's retirement. There is no question. But this is increasingly like the trip to Japan I'm taking, not to go to Wrestle Kingdom so much as it is to go to Japan and also see STARDOM, and I guess I'll watch Wrestle Kingdom as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, in my mind, it's the Dream Kingdom trip, and then it's like the Dream Kingdom trip, be in Japan, which is my favorite. Shocking to the listeners, my favorite place to be, and like see people that I either haven't seen in forever or I never met, like you and a few others that I know are going to be there. So, that's a perk too.
Yeah, it is kind of becoming a bit of a Discord get together, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we have so many people on the Voice Wrestling Discord going. A lot of the Stardom people are going. Mm-hmm. Not as many of the New Japan people are going, that I know are going, which I guess probably says something about the current hype level for New Japan Pro Wrestling. But yeah, I mean, so that's pretty much where it is in my head too. I mean, Arena A is like, I don't feel like that's spending that much money, and it's hopefully the fan club will get me towards the front of it too. But I mean, did I think about not even doing it after I saw they raised it 5,000 yen? I definitely thought about it because it is like, I don't know.
That's an extra $50, right?
Well, not really because of the exchange rate. So I think it's like an extra $34.
34, okay. That is substantially less, but still, that's substantially more than you were planning. So
yeah. So now it's like and plus it's like 207 right now, I think, but there's no guarantee it'll still be 207 when I go to buy it. It
right.
depend on the exchange rate. It could go up, it could go down a little bit, but yeah. I mean, I guess it still makes the most sense because first floor stand would be a lot cheaper, and that's what I'll put as my backup category, I guess. I mean, like I said, first floor stand is 13,500 yen, but I don't know. I guess I'd rather be on the floor. I don't really feel that.
Do they have the beer girls out in the stands?
That's a good question. So I never sat in the stands. I only sat rings. I sat third row for my only other Wrestle Kingdom. I want to say yes, but don't hold me to that.
All right.
I think they do. They definitely don't come on the fucking floor if they are. Because I never saw any. I had to go hiking all the way to the fucking concession stand which was a long fucking hike from the third row to get any drinks or anything. But yeah, I mean,
I might prefer the stand then, just to get the experience of ordering beer from a beer girl.
Yeah. Confirm that with like Andrew or somebody who's been to a lot of Wrestle Kingdoms. Though.
Yeah, we'll do.
He can tell you that for sure. I want to say yes, but I don't know that 100%. But yeah, but I mean, first floor stand you'll have no trouble buying, which is good because even if you wait all the way to the general on sale, it's like that's like the biggest section. So I'm sure for this year that's not even going to sell at all. But yeah. Have you thought about your hotels yet, by the way?
Yes, I've reserved one hotel way out in the Tokyo Dome area. I think I had mentioned it to you before.
Oh,
and I'll have that for a couple weeks.
I don't have to say the name of it on the air if you don't want me to say. But
no, I don't want you to.
Yeah, it's one of the ones. See, I don't really give a shit for some reason. People know where I'm staying, but given how many people hate me online, I probably should rethink this. But yes. So you booked it for 2 weeks. Wow, you booked like the whole time. You're just gonna stay there the whole time?
I think that's what we had it booked for. I didn't do it. A friend of mine did. Okay. And we still need to coordinate on how we're going to fill the rest of our time. But he is also like knee deep in conventions right now, so he doesn't have a lot of free time.
Got it. Is he like also a wrestling fan, or is he just going for Japan?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He is.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if he watched any of the G1. Like I told him, hey, did you see who the finalists were? And he's like, yeah, or I guess Takeshita's gonna be the headline for Wrestle Kingdom. I'm not sure about that. We'll get into it, but yeah.
So there you go. It's it's all coming together. I booked a place really, really, really close. I mean, first of all, I'm hotel bouncing a lot, but I guess without saying the actual hotel, in case I have a really angry AEW fan listening to me right now, I booked a place really close to Club Mogra in Akihabara for the New Year's Eve part. I don't know if have you ever heard Club Mogra?
I think you mentioned it in a previous episode, right? Because they're famous for like New Year's Eve parties.
Yeah, so that's like my whole thing is I wanted to be somewhere really close to there where I can walk back.
Yeah,
they do like a December 30th and December 31st party, and it goes to like 5 a.m. apparently. So it'd be cool to just be able to even just bounce in there at like 2 a.m. or something. listen to all the anime game music. And plus, my hotel has like a hot spring on the roof, which is cool. Just go up there and relax at like 3 a.m. So, but yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. The good thing about New Year's Eve too, though, is you can. I mean, if you have any interest in going to Mogra, you can do that no matter where you're staying because it's the one night of the year the Japanese trains actually run all night.
Oh, that's good to know. That's very good to know.
Yeah. Because everybody out is at like temples. That's why, like in shrines, like doing the first prayer of the. Besides people party.
Right. I'm sure a lot of people are at bars as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping Natsu Sumure will still have her bar running near the end of the year. You know about this?
I've heard of it. I don't know a ton about the bar. So
yep.
Like I know she runs a bar.
Runs a bar. It has wrestlers working at it. And sometimes Mr. Haku is there, and he'll help translate or guide foreigners who show up there to spend money at the bar. So that sounds like a pretty good time.
Yeah, I might try to do that if you're gonna. Maybe I'll tag along if you're gonna do that because I've never been to a bar before. But I've been to a bunch of the wrestling bars. There's so many of them. First of all, because I feel like I discover a new one every 2 seconds. Like there's a bar like somewhere on the outskirts of Tokyo that I only found out about because Aoi from JTO works there. Like between I guess when she's not wrestling. And she like
is the gimmick that she's a wrestler working there, or is this just her part-time job?
No. The gimmick is that she's a wrestler working there.
Oh, okay.
Like she tweets about it to promote and get fans to show up. Like it's not a
gotcha.
Like going there to see her is not.
You accidentally stalked her.
Yeah, no. So she is like the whole point of the bar. I think it's called Butler Berth or something. Is they have indie wrestlers working there. And they like tell you when their shifts are, and you can show up to talk to your favorite indie wrestler. Maybe that's basically the idea. I mean, it's like a Japanese, it's very similar to a lot of other Japanese concept cafes where it's like you have like a minor like fucking internet celebrity there, or like someone who has like this internet persona, and people show up to like buy drinks from them specifically and talk to them basically. So it's kind of a common thing over there.
Yeah, DVD has a whole bar dedicated to just that, right?
Yeah, the Dropkick bar, which another one I've never been to. It's like really, really hard to find in Shinjuku. Like I don't know, like Google Maps just would not get me to it. And then the one time I finally fucking found it, they were like filming in there or something, and it was fucking closed. So yeah, I don't know, I just never made it to it. But yeah, Butler Berth is one. Again, I only know about because of Aoi promoting her shifts there. There's one in Nagoya I just found, not even the one I'm in called Sportiva where they run the shows, but there's another one called like Diva Bar or something, which is I don't know, the owner's apparently like an enormous Asuka fan from WWE.
Oh wow!
But yeah, he's like the bar's like sort of dedicated to her or something.
Or could it also just be dedicated to WWE divas in general?
I thought like the name sounds like it, but then when I looked at like pictures of it, it looks like there's a ton of Japanese wrestling stuff in there.
Okay.
So it looks more like a bar. It looks more like a bar count 2.99 type bar, where like the theme is just wrestling in general, and he has both like Japanese wrestling stuff and WWE stuff in there. So, but yeah, it's a lot of wrestling bars in Japan, I guess is the point. So, plenty of places to check out if you're so inclined. Which I've never really heard of that being a thing in America. I know there was one in Vegas for a little while that closed, and it looked really bad.
Specifically professional wrestling?
Yeah, specifically professional wrestling. And I know Victoria from WWE ran one in Chicago at one point. I don't know if that's still open or not. But
doesn't Bret Hart have a bar in Canada?
Bret Hart, yeah. Rich.
And it's a Bret Hart themed bar, isn't it?
Yeah. So there you go. There are some, I guess, in North America, but
yeah. Well, I guess in America we have sports bars. We don't really have dedicated to a specific sport bars.
Yeah.
I think because your bar is just going to have a lot more space than a typical bar in Tokyo. So it's harder to specialize or have a very specific gimmick.
Yeah. So I think it's. I wonder. I was about to say. I wonder if there's any in Mexico City.
Oh, for Lucha.
Yeah. I feel like there must be, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah. I mean, can probably. I'm sure somebody listening who's a Lucha fan is probably screaming at their phone right now, like, "Of course there is. Haven't you ever heard of blah blah blah?" So, but yeah, there's a lot of them in Japan, everybody. So if you want to go on a Japanese wrestling tour, you have plenty to do. Are you planning to not go outside Tokyo at all? By the way.
Undecided, but I would really
Okay.
like to go outside Tokyo for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I would like to get on the Shinkansen and go somewhere.
I can. So if you want to go somewhere like just to ride the Shinkansen, there's a few places that aren't that far. I would really recommend Shizuoka because it's like
Okay.
it's only like an hour on the Shinkansen, and it'll be one of the cheaper tickets, and you could do it easily as a day trip. And it has this awesome anime secondhand anime merch store right next to the station, and like the prices are so fucking cheap compared to Tokyo prices.
Well, do I get to listen to the Shinkansen exclusive House of Torture audiobook on my way there?
I don't know if you hear that. That's a good question. Maybe that's the transition. So let's get into the G1 Climax 35, wrapping it up. I mean, basically, the format of this episode is going to be G1 Stardom G1 is how I'm going to do it. So I feel like the G1 is the top story we have to talk about. Mm-hmm. Because, the G1 just ended and all that. But I want to get to Stardom too, especially since their playoffs are coming up and we can get into a full preview. So we'll review the G1 shows, the last 4 G1 shows, including obviously the semifinals and the final. And then we'll do Stardom. We'll review the three Stardom shows from this week and then preview the playoffs. Then we'll go back to the G1 and do the big nerdy wrap up where I give you my rankings of every wrestler in each block and talk a little about how their tournament went and blah, blah, blah. So, and give top matches too. So that's how I think I'm going to do it. So, yeah, there you go. Let's get into it with the first G1 show, which was Wednesday, August 13th. This was the B block final event from Hamamatsu. It was night 16. This did 1,730 attendance, which was there even there was a Hamamatsu show last year, right? I should have wrote down whether or not this was up or down. But I know they were in a smaller building for sure. I think last year they were in the Hamamatsu Arena. But let me see what that show did. Okay. So they beat last year in the smaller building. So last year in Hamamatsu Arena, night 16 did 1,607. So they were actually up about 123 fans for this show.
Is this a different building than what Stardom ran earlier today?
It's the same. So it's a different room in the same building.
Okay.
So Axe City Hamamatsu. This was actually this building is the building I went to for the New Japan house show this past April in Road to Sakura Genesis. So it's basically like a little convention center complex, I guess is the best way to describe it, like connected to a hotel that's like very close to the train station. I think it's like there's like an indoor walkway from the main Hamamatsu train station or the Shinkansen stops. So it's got like big. So this New Japan I think would basically be held in the big room, and then Stardom was held in one of these smaller exhibition halls. I think is how it works. So,
okay.
But yeah, this is a pretty good number, I guess. I mean, last year was a horrible number in Hamamatsu Arena because Hamamatsu Arena is way bigger. So that's why they moved it to the smaller Axe City Hamamatsu. And Axe City Hamamatsu is also way easier to get to because it's like I said, really right off the Shinkansen, like a 5-minute walk or whatever, compared to Hamamatsu Arena, which I believe is like further out somewhere, like harder to get to. So. But yeah, that's the comparison to last year. So again, there have been some G1 shows towards the end of the tournament where the numbers were up. They definitely were not up for the semifinals and the finals we'll get into. But I give Takeshita his credit here for being slightly up from a disaster number last year because I have been ragging on him a bit as being a bad draw, and he would continue to be one in the semifinals and the finals. We'll get to. The first G1 match of the night was Shingo Takagi defeated Drilla Maloney in 12:06 for the Last of the Dragon. It moved Shingo to 5-4 for 10 points. That's where he finished, and Drilla finished at 4-5 for 8 points. This match probably didn't mean anything. I mean, there were like wacky tiebreak scenarios where the winner here could have gotten in like on a fucking 5-way tie or something they were never going to do, but probably not. But yeah, I don't know. This was like, I thought this was pretty good, but also disappointing. Like, I don't know, just a little dull early, and the crowd brawling early on was, a little low energy. The best stuff was the back and forth like reversal sequence toward the end, and even that I thought was a little bit slower or clunkier than I would have liked to see. So yeah, I thought these two had better matches earlier in the year. So I was like, 3.25 on this. I wasn't that into it. So
I was much higher on it. I thought it was a delightful dumb jock match between two dumb jocks. I've really enjoyed Drilla's development as part of this G1. And I think he has kind of rounded out, and this was a good like final step here with an opponent that he's somewhat familiar with, right? To kind of show his development over the past month or so. I think I don't know. I went 3 3/4 and thought it was just better than their previous match, if only because the outcome was a lot less clear here. I think having Takagi set up as the new Ishii, the guy who legitimizes new heavyweights, means that his first encounter on matches like these are always going to feel a bit route. And this just felt
they had two matches, I think.
Two matches?
They had the New Japan Cup match, and then I think Shingo got his win back. Yeah. I don't remember which one I liked better. I remember I really liked the New Japan Cup match. I don't remember the second one that well. So, I don't know. But I just remember that it happened, basically. So, match number 2, or G1 match number 2, was Zack Sabre Jr. defeating Yoshihashi in 17:36 with the modified Clarky Cat. So this match, Zack was already through. This match made him 7-2 for 14 points. It meant no matter what, he won the block and got the first round bye, while Yoshihashi dropped to 4-5 for 8 points. So he loses every match after starting out 4-0, which technically he only really started out 3-0. He got the extra win from the Gabe Kidd forfeit. But yeah, so he loses every match after his undefeated streak at the start. He's this year's Shelton X Benjamin. But yeah, this was this match was pretty awesome. I mean, I thought this was Yoshihashi was very fired up here. He was just like teeing off on Zack, and Walker Stewart did some great commentary work in this match too, just yelling about how he's fighting for his best friend Goto, who Zack took out with the arm lock. Now, I will say, making Zack this to me, where we have the same week, right? You have Zack on Tuesday with Yoshihashi fucking fighting for his life against Zack, and fighting for the honor of his fallen best friend that Zack sadistically ripped the arm out of, and ended everybody's favorite babyface fucking title reign of the guy who finally won the belt after 16 years or whatever. And then 4 days later, he's a babyface again fighting House of Torture, and people wonder why that got no reaction at all on the final show. Very bizarre. It's why? This guy is supposed to be all G1 pretty much. He's been booked in a more heelish manner, and at the end of it, they're pretty much just oh yeah, he's a face again fighting House of Torture. Everybody get behind him. Get behind the guy who tore Hiroki Goto's arm out. It's very strange booking. Very bad and very strange booking.
Yeah, at that level, but I also think Zack still wrestles like an asshole, especially against Ren. He does some stuff during their preview match that just shows that CSJ still has a bit of an edge, that he seems to he's a little more spiteful, I would say. And even though he is the quote-unquote babyface, I guess, in that match, one thing I like about Japanese wrestling is they don't feel the need to have those two as clearly delineated as American wrestling does, right? It's fine that, yes, Zack is the babyface here against the heels, but they're both kind of dicks.
Yeah, I guess I was just more talking about too the fact that it got no crowd reaction.
Yeah,
and I saw people using it as like to dunk on the house, and I'm just like, well, I mean, the house gets plenty of crowd reactions, but like it's usually against people the crowd actually likes, and they don't really like Zach right now because again he tore Hiroki Goto's arm out. So I don't know. I just think it's a weird booking and weird dynamic. I mean, maybe they final cheer for Red Narita. I don't know. They cheered for Evil in the G1 final, as we'll get to. But yeah, this match was awesome. Yoshihashi showed great fire here before he finally went down to the Zach wacky submission. So I went 4 stars on this. Easily Yoshihashi's best match of the tournament, I think.
Yeah. Yoshihashi's earlier wins felt very gimmicky to me, Yeah. And I really enjoy Yoshihashi in the G1, or at least of the G1s I have seen, right? Because again, I've only been watching since 2019. I know there were a lot more Yoshihashi entries before that, and many of them were underwhelming. Since COVID, he's been great as an underdog babyface who's never going to win a lot, but he'll give you a really invested performance, right? And that just hadn't felt the case in B Block this year up until that match, where once again, ZSJ gave someone his best match of the tournament. Partly because he is so good at being a vicious technical wrestler, and that just brought out that natural babyface fire that I kind of love in Yoshihashi. I went 4.5 stars. This was one of my favorite matches of the tournament. It completely turned around my feelings about Yoshihashi in one match.
It seemed like a lot of people were higher on it than I was even, but yeah, I mean it was a lot of fun. The third G1 match, not a lot of fun in my opinion. Shota Umino defeats the Great Okan in 12:05 at the second chapter. So that moves Shota to 6-3 for 12 points. He clinched a playoff spot at this point, no matter what happened in the main, because at this point only one other wrestler could get to 12 points, and it made Narita versus Takeshita, in the main event, the true winner moves on match. So it didn't kind of help that I felt like this was kind of a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, when people analyzed where the block stood, it was pretty obvious what the outcome to this was going to be.
Yeah, and like Great Okan was like back in Great O-Cope mode because he was just totally like, I don't know, just totally uninterested in this match he was losing, I feel like. And, Shota, I don't know. The crowd wasn't into it at all either, which never helps. And it's just a match, like 2.5, very average.
It's weird because
average match, predictable.
You kind of describe it that way. Joel describes it that way. That's not how I remember this match at all. I remember GOK came in with some fire. I remember he was trying to smother Shota very early on, and it was an early barrage of offense, including trying to hit him with the Dominator with less than a minute going in the match before Shota rolled out and slowed the match down. And even then, it felt like GOK was in control most of the time, and I thought he was putting on a pretty compelling performance that had like a pretty good conclusion at the end where Shota just earns his offense, finds like the little gaps in what GOK is assaulting him with, and ends up with the win. But it felt like Shota survived it more than he won, right? Which is, describing it to you that way, you're like, man, that doesn't sound like the same match at all. So who knows?
But yeah,
3.5. I had a great time with this.
We seem to disagree a lot on this show, so it's okay.
This show, because I was coming off of how bad that Bleed Block show was, and I was in a bad mood when I started watching this. I was pleasantly surprised by most of the matches.
The main event, the worst match of the night, in my opinion, was Konosuke Takeshita defeating Red Narita in 20 minutes and 50 seconds with the crossface chicken wing to get the referee stoppage, which moved Takeshita up to 6-3 for 12 points, and Narita 5-4 for 10 points. So Narita's out, and the winner's in, loser is out match. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this was so boring, so long. Don Fally and Dick Togo, they attacked Takeshita and Rocky around the aisle, and then they just kind of laid down there for a while, which was a bit weird. I thought the selling they were doing for the attack they received was very strange because the heels really didn't do anything that bad. And then we got the start of a bad little story for Takeshita, where Narita started working on Takeshita's leg for a while. His leg selling was good at first. It wasn't very interesting, though. That's not like Narita was doing anything that interesting with it. And they just kind of would start a trend for Takeshita. They kind of blew off the leg after a certain point. But yeah,
there wasn't like a high spot where Takeshita's knee was obviously injured, right? That you could remember. It's and almost like
he attacked it. Well, I was gonna say he attacked it with the push-up bar, which you'd think would cause actual damage, but
right,
yeah.
But lots of things get attacked with that push-up bar. They don't get sold consistently for 4 matches afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's my biggest critique of that. We'll talk about it more, but I actually was kind of enjoying the long-running storyline that Takeshita's knee was a problem and undercut his ability to do his offense effectively.
It was like the knee injury that came and went, basically.
Yes, it does come and go. Yes.
Yeah, it was very, very weird.
Much like the former Iowa gas station chain.
But yeah, Kanemaru, he tried to, but basically the end of the match was he tried to spit whiskey into Takeshita's eyes. It backfired and went into Narita's eyes. Takeshita put on the crossface chicken ring again, and the first of 2 times this happened, we got such an immediate bell. I thought it was a fake house bell ringing, but no, it was the actual bell ringing.
Yeah.
So I went 2 1/4. I didn't think it was like horrible, but it was like a below average match to me, and I did not really enjoy it. So
yeah, I thought it was the worst match of the night as well. I went 3 flat. This was an example of bad cheating to me, right? I know a lot of people, we're going to talk a lot about house cheating today. And I know for a lot of people, house cheating period kills a match for them. I think there can be examples of it being effective and it not being effective. This wasn't effective because, as you mentioned, there's kind of a lot of lounging around by Dawn and Kanemaru. And you just... the match just felt so slow, partly because you kind of have to wait for the next heel spot to resolve itself, and then maybe it starts to feel like there's actual happenings or momentum in the match. It's a bummer. I feel like I was really high on Ren at the start, and by the end, I'm back to where I started with him.
Yeah, that's totally how it felt for me too, where he was having a good start to the G1, coming off some stuff I liked earlier in the year, like the Gabe match at New Japan Cup and his performance in the Dog Pound Cage match. But I did not think he closed the G1 well at all. Like his entire middle to end portion was pretty bad. So
he was probably hurt the most by Gabe getting injured out of all the other B block wrestlers.
Yeah, because he would have had the big Gabe match. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which was one of his main events, I believe. But yeah, now he's the next contender for the IWGP World Title, by the way. So
guess it worked out, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, so there's your B block final. I thought that was a pretty not much show besides the one great match with Zack and Yoshihashi, but that's about it. You like
I'm higher on it than you are. I thought most of the matches were very, very good and had one great match. So yeah, but I don't know. I would say out of all this, go back to watch ZSJ's entire tournament, but ZSJ versus Yoshihashi was definitely a highlight.
So then we get to the playoffs, which was the very next day on Thursday, August 14th at Korakuen Hall. So nothing on the undercard really worth talking about, and I did not watch it. So the semi-main event, Konosuke Takeshita defeating David Finlay in 17-12 with the Raging Fire to move on. So, the problem with this match is, again, the knee injury. He comes in this match selling it like, it's really a pre-existing knee injury from the day before in the Narita match, and then Finlay works on it too. All that makes sense. I even thought his actual selling early on was pretty good. He was doing a good job, like hobbling around and he was hitting his offense, but he was hobbling around with the knee still bothered him. That was all good. At a certain point, the knee injury basically just disappears, like completely fucking vanishes. And they, they start running around, doing lots of cool stuff. but a lot of it involves his knee, and a lot of it involves him running around, and this knee injury that he was selling is like completely debilitating, just completely goes away. And I feel like sometimes people get confused with this or get a little too, they people get all like super defensive about it, or like, well, I'm not a selling fetishist like you are. Da, da, da. There are levels to this, is what I would say to that. If in a standard match where somebody worked on someone's leg for 5 minutes, it's not that big a deal. If they're later on the match, they don't sell it that much or at all. It's really not that big a deal because they didn't do that much damage to it. It makes sense that they would be able to like get the adrenaline or whatever and fight through it, whatever. The problem is when it's a pre-existing, and the same thing happened with El Phantasmo earlier in the tournament. When it's a pre-existing knee injury entering the match, and then your knee gets worked over on top in the match on top of that, the fucking standard has to be higher for how long you're going to sell it and what you're going to do at the end of the match. And if you blow that off and completely ignore it at the end of the match, that has to take points off your match. That's just not a good thing to do. MJF did it. Remember the Full Gear match where he comes into that match with the knee injury after I guess the Bullet Club Gold or what the fuck they're called, took his knee out before the main event against Jay White, and then he just fucking did a running leaping cutter over the ropes to the fucking floor, which was like even more ridiculous than this. But still, that's
still
another
one
example.
Of the funniest matches I've ever seen.
It is really funny. And then there's another famous match, and again, just to get into length of time, there wasn't a pre-existing injury, but it was Okada and Minoru Suzuki at New Beginning. I don't remember what year. I want to say 2017, maybe. It could be. I think it was 2017. And Suzuki works over his leg for a fucking eternity. I want to say like 20 fucking minutes at least, maybe even longer. And then Okada at the end of the match just does perfect drop kicks, just like he always does them, because that's what he does at the end of a match. And that was fucking horrible. And I remember getting a lot of pushback from people at the time for calling that horrible. But like, it depends on the context of the match and what you're doing in the match. If somebody's working over the leg for 5 minutes and then they blow that off late in the match, it's not that big a deal. If somebody comes into a fucking match with a fucking knee injury and is selling it as the story of the match and then blows it off at the end to do a bunch of cool moves, yes, that is a problem. So ultimately, I thought that took down this match. I mean, I still went 3 3/4. I thought they did so much really cool stuff. I thought Finley was amazing in this match. I mean, Finley fucking... which is funny to me that people are your typical AEW fans are gonna think Takeshita carried him here when he's been great for like a year and a half now.
Takeshita doesn't even get in most of the moves. It is largely a Finley match. That would be a bizarre take.
Well, I've already seen it. Believe me.
Huh,
there have been plenty of them on Twitter being like, "Oh, Takeshita carried Finley to his best match ever." Like Finley has had so many better matches in this tournament because they didn't involve his opponent selling a phantom knee injury. But yeah, it's very much like Finley. Finley had a great performance here. They did a lot of cool shit. But like the way they blew up the knee injury to me is too big of a flaw to go 4+ on. So that's why I ended up going 3 3/4. So
okay, I can see that. I disagree. The way the match read to me was that because of the knee injury, Takeshita didn't really have his base for most of his offense and he was slower, and Finley got to feast on that, right? This match is largely Finley throwing bombs and Takeshita trying to get in counters occasionally. And sometimes he is going to visibly sell the knee, but I think the structure of the match also sold the knee effectively, that this is kind of a hobble Takeshita just trying to survive. And that story worked for me. The last sequence at the end is a little ridiculous, though, with the double Ranas that Takeshita used to try and gain back momentum. And then Finley countered that. And I forget what the sequence was that led to the Blue Thunder Bomb that was the finisher for this?
Raging Fire.
Raging Fire, yeah. What is the difference between the two, I guess?
It's like Raging Fire is like a spinning Falcon arrow almost. So It's a little bit. It's like a suplex setup, I guess. Yeah, they are kind of similar the way they drop you. I don't really like it that much as a
the
finisher,
names
honestly.
evoke similar imagery to me, so I also have a hard time like keeping track of which is which, I guess. Anyway, completely undercutting any of my authority or my argument, but whatever. I don't know. It still worked for me. I feel like for athletes, they just have a different pain threshold than you and I, and it's okay if they don't sell the knee like this, like Takeshita did at the end, because I just write that off as, oh, it's adrenaline. So that's just how I see it.
I can do that in some context. I just think this context didn't really work.
It didn't work for you this time.
Yeah. Like it's just too much. It was too much having him come in with the knee injury and like the way he was hobbling on it early to then believe he would be like fine at the end. So I don't know. I mean, like the other thing too is like you always like doing the knee stuff is always a choice. Like I feel like people act like not necessarily that's not necessarily saying you're doing this, but I feel like people act like you're being unfair to them if you expect them to sell the limb consistently. But like doing a limb selling match is a choice you make, basically an artistic choice as someone doing a performance. So it should be fine to critique that as part of the performance. I mean,
I think this was part of a grander plan for Takeshita, because he was going to be in the G1 final and he was going to win the G1 against their biggest heel. And they also wanted to add, he did this while he was struggling with this big knee injury as well. They tried to pile everything they possibly could into making Takeshita someone the crowd wanted to cheer for. And how did that work out for them?
Yeah, that's something we'll get to, obviously. But
I will say I am annoyed how thick they laid it on here, just as part of the booking pattern in general.
Yeah. The main event, the other quarterfinal match of the show, Yota Tsuji defeats Shota Umino in 2018 with the Gene Blaster. This match I loved. I mean, this was just an awesome fucking match. There was... Why, you didn't like this one?
I didn't. We're just completely on opposite pages these last couple shows. I'm sorry.
It's all right. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought this match was awesome. I mean, look, I saw people saying it was like too boring early or whatever. Like, typical New Japan main event stuff that's boring early and gets exciting later on. I thought they built the match really well. I thought it was executed really well. And I thought, like, I didn't even think the early part was that boring. Like, I've seen people praise... There were people who praised I feel like I'm picking on Okada now. But there's that Okada and Bushi Wrestle Kingdom match where they do fucking nothing. Literally nothing for the first 15 minutes. Like, if you go back and watch that match, they fucking basically lay on the mat for 15 minutes straight, then go into an amazing closing stretch. And people gave that like 5 stars and shit. And I just remember being like, there's no way you can give that a 5-star match, given how boring the first 15 minutes were. Here, I didn't think the first 15 minutes were anywhere near as boring. And it felt like people were really laying it on thick against this match. It was really bizarre to me seeing the reaction. So yeah, I mean, I thought this was
they were like self-consciously working like young lions at the start of the match.
Yeah, I think that was the theme. But I don't necessarily find that boring.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. So I went 4.25. I thought this was really awesome. Mm-hmm. Just on the borderline. I consider going 4.5. Just didn't quite get to that level to me. But, this awesome finish too with Tsuji setting him up on the top rope and hitting the avalanche style inverted DDT, which is obviously the Guerrero special. So the idea is he picked it up in Mexico, and then he hits the Gene Blast for the pin. But
I don't think he has done that move before, right?
No, I believe that was the first time he's done it.
Yeah, busted that out for this match. You could tell this was a huge match for Tsuji.
Yeah. Well, especially given what was going to happen on the next show. This was like his big highlight of the fucking tour. I mean, here it felt like, all right, we're going Tsuji all the way. And then it's like, okay, well. But yeah, this match was awesome. I personally loved it quite a bit. Just thought they did such cool shit down the stretch. I mean, just such... I'm just looking through my notes because I didn't want to go. We have so much to talk about. I didn't want to go move my move. But there's this the other move that Tsuji started doing lately, which I really like, is this like inverted powerbomb he does, where he just kind of drops people on face first in the powerbomb position. That looks really cool.
Yeah.
So But yeah,
well, I thought the move you were going to talk about are those overhand chops he was doing about 2/3 of the way through the match, where the camera also caught all of the sweat flying off of Shota's chest. It was incredible.
Those are really cool. There's a sequence towards the end where Tsuji like counters the second chapter with a stutter in midair, but he eats, which that looked great already. He eats a front dropkick from Umino and a lariat from Umino, but he no-sells a lariat. He runs straight into the Gene Blast and gets like pretty much the full Gene Blast, but Umino kicks out. So awesome sequence. That was probably like the highlight of the entire match, honestly. But yeah, awesome match. I had a lot of fun with it, and we're going to get to it at the end when we talk about Shota's tournament in general. I didn't think he had like a great tournament, and there were some moments where he didn't have great matches, but at the end of the day, he had some really great matches on top of the in this tournament too. This match, the ZSJ match, which really made up for obviously how bad their Wrestle Kingdom match was. He had a really good one with Shingo. He had a really good one with Yoshihashi. He had a couple other good but not great matches. So yeah, I mean, just he was kind of up and down throughout the tournament, but I thought his stuff that was great was really great. So, I would say I don't want to be like, oh, Shota Umino's back, everybody, but I do think people dug their heels on him a little too much, and people are being a little too, a little too hard on the guy, because I think he did a lot of good stuff in this tournament. So
people, I think, are a little too obsessed with the aesthetics of Shota, right, and not paying enough attention to the matches. Okay, so here I am once again saying I didn't think this was very good here. And it's not because of Tsuji. I thought Tsuji more than held up his end of the bargain. It is primarily a Shota problem for me. To go through the match again, this is a very deliberately paced match, which I don't mind, but it was coming off of a really hot match with Takeshita Finlay. So starting with the callback to opening sequences that they would do when they were young lions, that was a little tough to swallow. But I eventually adjusted my... Sometimes you can feel the rhythm of a match, right, as a viewer. And this was slower and deliberate in a way that I do often enjoy, but I didn't this time, because it felt like Shota was just there to eat Tsuji's offense, and he didn't take the initiative. It wasn't until Tsuji started selling his knee, or had there's that bit where he jumps to the second rope, right, and slips. And that leaves finally a big, massive window for Shota to start laying in some offense on his end, to do any amount of work, really, to convince us that he's going to win this match, which it just felt like he hadn't up until this point. Even then, it doesn't last long. And his offense in general just was kind of dry this time. I don't remember if this was always the case, but he's very... Shota now doesn't really have a lot of flashy moves. A lot of his moves are like drop kicks, lariats. He has the STF still, which I don't think did he apply it on this match? This would have been a great place to do it with Tsuji selling the knee. I don't remember. Anyway, in general, I felt like this was Tsuji stuck with a dance partner who just wasn't going to move at the pace that Tsuji could to make this a really compelling match. Absolutely willing to eat some gnarly hits and bumps. That's not the problem. It's that it felt like Tsuji needed to cut down a tree, cut the tree into planks, cut the wood into a sign, and then paint the sign and say, please do your counter here, before Shota would do anything. And it was kind of frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, you didn't like it, I guess, but
yeah,
I did really like it. The show, by the way, did 1,518 fans, so that's a complete sellout, obviously, and even that's overflow on the balconies. So, good. A very good number there for New Japan for sure. Lost my train of thought completely. Okay.
No, so and it's Korakuen Hall, right? This is where they want the big atmosphere. They want a sold out arena, that kind of thing. So, and I think that show delivered this for the most part.
Yeah. The next show, now we go to Ariake Arena. The attendance news gets bad here. So the first thing I want to say about this, before we get into, because it's hard to make the year-over-year comparisons, because this is an Ariake and last year was in Ryogoku. And for people who don't know anything about Tokyo geography, that is a big difference. So, trying to think how the easiest way to explain this. Well, first of all, how much were they down? So last year they did 5,340 for the semifinal show at Ryogoku. So they were down about a little more than 800 fans. The final was down even more, as we'll get to. But Ariake Arena is like on the Tokyo waterfront. It's a little hard to get to from most parts of downtown Tokyo. I believe there's like only one train line that goes anywhere close, and it's a 15-minute walk, I want to say, from the nearest train station. I remember the walk being pretty long when I went there for the Noah show on January 1st in 2024. And I walked 15 minutes each way, and my reward was Ibushi versus Marufuji. So people remember that. I know. But yes, it's a long walk, and I was making that walk in January. These people have to make the walk in August when fucking Japan is like 95% humidity with like 90 plus degrees temperature. So that's not pleasant. There are like buses that can get you there a lot closer, but there's a lot of Tokyo people who basically never have to interact with the bus system because the train system downtown is so, in most of Tokyo is so great. And there was this really funny El Desperado tweet where he basically today trying to get people to come out for the final, where he basically was telling Japanese fans like, oh, don't look at it as like, I have to take a bus. Look at it as like you're taking an adventure, like you're going to a rural town.
Jesus, are they children?
It's just so funny. He's trying to hype them up to take buses. If somebody lives in downtown Tokyo, or even like, even if they live in like a suburb that's like directly connected to Tokyo, they probably do almost never take a bus because there's really no reason to ever do it. I've taken a bus in Tokyo like once when it was like it made more sense to take the bus from I was all the way out in Sunshine City in Ikebukuro, and like it would have been a 10-minute walk to the train, and there was like a bus right there that got me right to the part of Shinjuku I wanted to go to. But I think that's the only time I've ever taken a bus in downtown Tokyo. So like, yeah, there's a lot of people who probably never take buses or almost never take them. And Desperado was like trying to hype them up for taking the bus travel. I thought it was really funny. But yeah, and Ryogoku, for comparison, is like maybe a 1-minute walk from the JR train station on the Chusobu line, which is like one of the big lines in Tokyo. So very easy to get to. And there's like 3 other subways or something that are really close to it. So yeah, there is a convenience drop here. I'm not saying that explains all of the attendance drop, but I would have felt stupid talking about the attendance drop and just being like, Takeshita can't draw or whatever, without also mentioning that it was in a much shittier building that was much further away to get to. So I don't know why they moved it to from Ryogoku. I have not seen a good explanation. I have no clue. I mean, I don't think it's any kind of long-term, there was any kind of long-term difference with I don't think there's any long-term closure. I mean, King of Pro Wrestling is going to be there in October, so so if they're closed, they can't be closed that long. So, but anyway, but yeah, that's there
was definitely like a step down in terms of atmosphere, right? Because
Ryogoku,
so on TV at least, looks incredible. And Ariake Arena, not so much. It kind of has the long ramp, and I also didn't really love the big glowing sign they had for the G1 Climax at the top of the entrance ramp, right? It looked a little too first draft,
Yeah. But there you go. So there's your. I kind of wonder if it was cheaper than Ryogoku or something. Like it has to be some reason why they did this.
But this is one of your biggest shows of the year. Why would it go that much cheaper?
I don't know.
It's the second or third biggest attendance every year.
Well, and this year it lost to Tam Nakano. Tam Nakano and Sayaka Watani beat the final. I thought was kind of kind of worth noting. Like that's still the third highest attended Japanese wrestling show of the year, the 2 Tokyo Domes.
Wow.
Because that was 7,500 and the final did 6,870. So
with the way this is trending, outside of the Tokyo Dome, like, does New Japan actually get more people in the building than Stardom at this point?
Yeah.
It feels like they book larger venues, but they're increasingly not filling them. So
yeah. I guess is something. So our first of the 2 G1 semifinals, the King of Darkness, Evil, defeats Yota Tsuji in 1801 by referee stoppage. First of all, I may have been spoiled on this match before I started watching it. I wasn't entirely sure. And we're not really supposed to talk about what people say in the Voice of Wrestling Slack as a rule, so I shouldn't really say what happened. But basically, somebody said something in a non-Puro channel where basically I would know not to look in the Puro channel because when I haven't watched the show yet, because that would mean, that obviously people who watched it live or watched it before me would have talked about it. But somebody went in the US Wrestling channel and said something like, oh, I need to get into AEW now. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess Evil probably won because I don't know what else would get this person to have that reaction. I don't think that's giving away too much. I didn't even say who said it. But yeah, it was like, they were joking, I think. But the point is, like, seeing that, I was like, oh, I guess Evil must have won. So that didn't help. I was going in here thinking, like, yeah, I guess Evil probably won this. But I don't know. It's like, I'm obviously not an Evil hater. I don't think he's the worst wrestler of all time the way some people do. I was still fucking flabbergasted by this. I guess at the end of the day, they didn't want Takeshita to beat Tsuji again in the final. Because remember, they went like 1-1 last year or whatever. And maybe that will even end up being the Wrestle Kingdom title match. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, it could also be Shota. But like...
well, I think they thought that there would be more sympathy for Takeshita if he was against Evil.
Yeah. And I'm saying that's the other part is I think there's a lot of theories you could throw out about this. I mean, I've seen people even say they were told Takeshita has to win, and Gato kind of reacts badly. / the booking team reacts badly whenever they're told from above that X has to happen, and they decide to do it in like the dumbest way possible. Which
that feels like a joke.
Okay, I'm not writing that off completely.
Can't disprove that theory.
I'm not writing it off completely because as we'll get to in the final, they structured that match in a way that almost designed to be to get Evil cheered more as the match went on.
Oh my
which
god.
Is really something. But yes, they had Evil win here. I feel like before we get into the match itself, you have to talk about the result, which is Yota Tsuji was over in this tournament. He had a good tournament. He wasn't my favorite young wrestler in the tournament. That was Yuya Uemura. I thought Yuya was amazing, and Tsuji was just, very good. But he was over throughout the tournament. The crowds liked him. The crowds were ready for him to win. And the overwhelming reaction I saw from Japanese fans, and this, again, is the kind of thing where it feels like you're setting the guy up for failure. Like this one tweet from a Japanese fan I follow on Twitter, I feel like sums up their attitude more. I mean, again, I'm not basing it just on this one person's tweet. I saw lots of the tweets, but to this effect. But this tweet I thought worded it in such a way that came out very well in the Twitter auto translate. So I'm just going to read it. What's the worst thing is that last year Takeshita was thought to be head and shoulders above the rest, but after a year it turns out there's not much of a gap between him and the other young guys. Yep. And then he goes and wins the G1, so it's just the absolute worst.
Yep.
Like, I think that is the attitude they have, is basically, we like our young wrestlers. We like Tsuji. We like Yuya. Some of us even like Shota. Why would you just give one of them a fucking G1 championship, a G1 win, instead of the quote unquote young wrestler from another company who's never on the tours? And yes, he has a New Japan contract. He is fucking never there. And if you're trying to gaslight people, which I've seen lots of AEW fans doing, and be like, I don't understand why these New Japan fans are so mad. He's a New Japan wrestler too. He only wrestles on the fucking big shows. Besides the G1 tour, he missed the New Japan Cup. He missed every single Road to tour. Like, to act like we're fucking stupid and we can't tell, and Japanese fans and the American New Japan fans can't fucking tell that he's never on a fucking show unless it's a big show or the G1. Like, of course people notice that, and of course people are going to call him like the fucking part-time G1 winner or the guest star G1 winner. Like, he is still an AEW guy. That's still how he comes off.
This was the problem with Moxley as well, right?
Yeah.
Moxley wins the belt, and it was kind of a cool moment, but then he's never around New Japan, and he's your top champion. He doesn't feel like he really belongs in the organization.
And they treat him like a babyface, too.
Yeah, yep, that too.
And that's what they're trying to do with Takeshita. And Takeshita, at the start of this tournament, they were kind of pushing him in a heelish way. And by the end of it, it completely fucking flipped, where they're trying to push him as this babyface, and the crowd just didn't want it. And we're going to get to it in the final. The crowd cheered for... They put Evil in this final. If you want to give them the absolute benefit of the doubt, completely throw any conspiracies away or any goofy, half-joking conspiracies, they put Evil in this final instead of Tsuji to try to get Takeshita cheered, because Takeshi's up against the guy trying to ruin the tournament and make a farce out of it and having everybody interfere. And the crowd... It kind of worked at times where the crowd would boo Evil in the final. And I feel like I'm almost talking about the final now instead of the semifinal. But like, it kind of worked at times where the crowd would boo Evil and the Tausch when they like had a 10-on-1 advantage. But the moment it was even remotely fair, the moment you had a fair fight between Evil and Tsuji, the crowd got behind Evil for the rest of the fucking match. So it didn't fucking really work. And yeah, I don't know. Like, they probably, in hindsight, should just put Tsuji through, done Tsuji Takeshita as the final, let fucking Takeshita be the crowd's second favorite. What is the big fucking deal about that? Like, why is that such a problem if Takeshita is not the guy they're rooting for? He didn't end up being the guy they're rooting for anyway. So, like, putting Evil through completely didn't work. It just made Tsuji look like a fucking joke, especially the way they chose to finish this match. So, Tsuji basically jobbed to fucking Dom Fale. Not to anybody else. Like, he takes the Don fall of the second rope. Evil puts in the Darkness Scorpion, and the bell rang immediately. Like, that made him look like a fucking joke. And basically, like I said, he dropped to Dom Fale, not to Evil. And
who wasn't in the tournament at all.
Who wasn't in the tournament, yeah.
Who I guess is challenging for the Never Now, so we can look forward to more Don Fale during the Destruction Tour, but...
Thank God.
It's frustrating. And this was referee stoppage, to be clear.
Yeah.
Tsuji was selling that he got knocked out by Don Fale.
He did sell it so well that I saw a lot of people believe it.
Yes.
Which I don't think...
I believed it in the moment, too, that he got knocked out and they had to make a last-minute call and put Evil through.
Which I don't think is what happened.
This was the plan.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the entire thing... it didn't work for me at all. I went like 2.25 on this match. I thought it was like, again, not horrible, but a below average match. And it made Tsuji look like a fucking joke to lose to basically Don Fale when he was actually getting over in this tournament. It's the fucking really sad thing. Yeah. And it feels like we're back to square one with him again, where he can get to a certain level. I mean, he didn't even get as close as he did last year in the G1. At least last year he made it to the fucking final.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Whatever. Just a baffling booking decision and a company that makes nothing but baffling booking decisions. And again, I want any AEW fans who are listening to this to hear me very clearly. This is New Japan Pro Wrestling's fault. Gato is a bad booker. I think he's been a bad booker since the fucking mid-2010s. So don't fucking tell me, because I had him again in my mentions before being like, oh, John, why don't you ever talk shit about Gato? I've been talking shit about Gato for fucking 8 years. So don't fucking tell me that I am a fucking Gato apologist. Not everybody on earth has a parasocial relationship with the wrestling promotion they watch and the people who run it. Some of us can just watch a wrestling promotion and feel like certain things, dislike other things, critique the booking when they think it's shit, and not fucking get so over defensive about the wrestling promotion they watch that we have to fucking get really fucking pissy because someone on Twitter said, for instance, that putting a retired announcer in a 4-way number one contender match is fucking stupid. Which it is, by the way. And you'll never guess who won that one. Oh, could it be the announcer that was in there for no fucking reason? Shocking. But yeah, So yeah, the AEW fans, again, New Japan's stupid. It's New Japan's fault. Saying it very clearly. So nobody can tell me I didn't fucking say it. Anyway. Did you actually like this match too?
I thought it was trending towards good near the end, and then the ending happened out of nowhere. And I was really bummed. At first, I was worried for Tsuji, because you never know. You hit your head just right, and that could have severe repercussions.
Could end your career.
Yeah, could end your career. Instead, no, they were just selling that he got knocked out by Don Fale. There's got to be better ways to handle this. And honestly, Tsuji can just lose to Evil. It's fine. You could even have him lose clean-ish. The way that they decided to go down this path as the way of having Tsuji lose just feels too much like American wrestling bullshit, where a guy's like, okay, I'll put you over, but we're going to set up this complicated scenario where I don't tap out in the hold, and the ref is distracted, and yada, 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 so that I have cover for losing to you. Like, Tsuji doesn't need that.
Yeah, and I was just, it pissed me off in the moment so much. Like, if anything, I guess I'm so far removed from it now that I don't have the same fury. If I recorded this the day of, I probably would have been all screaming and stuff, because this was
it would have been the Dominion review all over again.
Yeah, I was so fucking disgusted. I could barely even get into the next match. I mean, and again, I don't dislike Evil, but the fact that they just refuse to fucking do anything with Yota Tsuji is just so baffling to me. And maybe he's going to the fucking Wrestle Kingdom to win the fucking title, but how the fuck can anyone even believe that at this point? Like, how am I supposed to have faith as a fan that they're actually going to send Tsuji to Wrestle Kingdom and have him beat Takeshita after Takeshita beat Zack or whatever? Like,
that's the crux of the issue, isn't it? Like, we've completely lost faith in New Japan to provide us interesting matches.
No faith in the company, no faith in the booking, no faith in the young wrestlers getting the spots they deserve. I mean, again,
and doing something like Takeshita Evil requires having a relationship with your audience where they're going to be willing to trust you to put over the outsider, and that you're going to make good on whatever you're doing with that outsider, right? Instead, we have no trust in that. Because we've seen it before with Jon Moxley.
Less than no trust.
Yep. I did briefly think after this match, well, ZSJ versus Evil is a match they haven't run in a while, and maybe having ZSJ win the G1 again is a good move, because one, he's a great wrestler, and two, he's talked a lot about wanting to be a wall for the younger wrestlers. So reestablish him as that wall, have him wrestle the young guys all over again. It could be great. And then the next match happened. So that fantasy booking went out the window.
Yeah, so the main event, Konosuke Takeshita defeated Zack Sabre Jr. in 26-46 with the Raging Fire. I mean, I was like sitting here so pissed off, I felt like I couldn't even enjoy this, even though I could objectively tell it was really, really good.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I went 4 1/4. I mean, if my vibes weren't so low, I think I probably would have gone even higher. I mean, they did lots of great stuff for this match. It was really awesome, but like I was just too fucking annoyed with this company and this booking to even give a shit at that point. So, it was a great match. They did lots of awesome stuff together. They blew away their earlier G1 match, I thought, which, I mean, people seem to like that one more than me too, but I thought that was not anything super special. I
thought this was much better.
Yeah.
And that was already a very good match. So
Yeah. But I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. So, like, it was one of those matches where I'm sitting there with my arms crossed because I'm just not happy at all, and I'm just not into what I'm watching after that last match. So, if anything, I'm probably the fact that they even got to 4 1/4 with me after how fucking pissed off I was says it's probably a way better match than that. But I'll probably rewatch it at some point and bump it up higher or something. But yeah, I was like, on a tournament where Takeshita, to me, as we'll get into later, was very underwhelming, especially compared to his tournament last year. He definitely did deliver here. So.
Mm-hmm. I also went 4 1/4. I thought it was a great match too. Zack is so good at doing like interesting little things, little twists, little sadistic twists on his offense to help make it interesting to watch. And again, because Takeshita is doing a similar thing to what he did in the Finlay match, where he is selling that he just can't get extended offense in because of his knee, Zack gets to kind of have his way with him. Weirdly enough, doesn't work the knee all that much. In retrospect, that might have been the way to win, but oh well. He does all kinds of fun other things, it's interesting. You know how you talk about Lady C for you has a way of making herself seem smaller and more convincing as an underdog, despite her size, and she's wrestling against much smaller women. I was seeing a similar dynamic in this match with Takeshita, where he was, I think, because of the selling, the way that Zack was just viciously putting him in hold after hold and working and twisting him in ways that we hadn't seen before, and we have seen people put in all kinds of hold through Zack Sabre Jr. Takeshita just looked smaller and more vulnerable than Zack throughout this match. Zack looked like a monster. It was a pretty great performance all around because of that dynamic. I especially liked when Zack improvised a hold on Takeshita that had Takeshita almost in like an S shape with his head on the bottom of the mat, and he's kind of cricked his neck so that his cheek is against the mat while Zack is working over, I think it was the leg. Do you remember that hold? That looked nuts and also like kind of gross. It was something else. And I also kind of liked that the way that Takeshita got back into the match was his striking game, because while one of the stories of ZSJ as champion has been that his strikes are now on par or better than a lot of the other roster, I like the idea that Takeshita is still just a notch above that. He's too muscular, he's too big, he hits too hard, and Zack's arrogance ends up doing him in. I thought it was pretty great, and I don't know. I'd look forward to a third match between the two of them, which I guess we're going to get. So,
I mean, if I want to, like, and you talked a lot about why it was great. If I want to give some actual reasons why I don't think it was like quite match of the year level, besides me sitting there with my arms crossed after the job Tsuji out, I did think they missed the peak a little bit. So I thought they didn't quite end it at the right time. I thought they went a little too long and it felt like the match lost a little steam at the end. There's like a very strange move where Takeshita, like Zack blocked the chicken wing, and it looked like Takeshita almost gave himself a Destino, but then Zack was the one who sold it.
Oh,
it was like, I remember.
Oh, and there's that spot at the end on the top rope I forgot about. But that looked terrible. Do you remember this? I forget.
Oh, yeah. They were like struggling on the top rope, and Zack like fell to the apron and had to awkwardly just get back up there.
And he had to get back in position, and part of doing that involved grabbing Takeshita's wrist and putting his arm over his neck so that when they did the move, it looked like Zack was giving the move instead of taking it. And then you watch it on replay and you realize, oh my God, Zack's neck got crunched under Takeshita's leg there.
I mean, it looked sick as hell in the end.
It looked sick as hell, but it also looked extremely fake.
No, that's fair. So maybe there's some actual reasons to say only quote unquote 4.25 instead of like 4.5 plus. But
no, like
just being like, fuck this company,
consciously knocking off half a point for that particular spot, because that spot was crucial. It's what led to Takeshita winning. So like you can't just say, oh, they did this one botch that didn't matter. No, it was crucial to the match. It completely ruins the ending.
So there you go. There's your G1 semifinal. The finals of the G1 now. You watched the whole undercard, I think. I turned this on live.
Kind of. I was making biscuits for like half of it, so I can't tell you much. But there wasn't much that happened.
I was watching. I turned this on live after the 5-star the last night that I was also watching live, because again, New Japan's priorities below Stardom's in my mind right now. So, So I caught it like the last 2 matches of the undercard. I did not see the debut of Yuto Ice. Is it Yuto? It's Yuto Nakashima. Yeah, so Yuto Ice and
Yuto-Ice.
Yuto-Ice and Oscar as the Knockout Brothers. They look awesome.
The Knockout Brothers. They also have a really cool entrance where their catchphrase seems to be, "This is why we don't blink."
Yeah, so they're new war dogs. Everybody, they came in to I guess to replace the departing Gabe Kid or whatever the fuck. If you wanna,
Oh, you have to get 2 wrestlers to replace Gabe Kidd, huh?
well, they never replaced Alex Coughlin, really.
That is true. Yeah.
I guess they did with Sonata, who immediately left. So, which I love the joke people kept making, by the way, that
Wait, isn't Jake
Sonata...
Lee Coughlin's replacement, kind of?
Oh yeah, I
Is
guess.
that? Do I have my timeline right?
You're right. Yeah, he joined in like June or July. Well, who cares at this point? Yeah, the point is though. God, what was I going to say about?
Well, the most important point actually is we did not get any L'espresso today, and we were sad because we were kind of expecting that.
I was hoping Jake Lee were there was like nothing on this fucking show besides the Knockout Brothers coming back. I mean, they set up.
Well, that's the big thing. They set up some title matches. So
okay, so they set up Fale versus Bolton on the semifinal undercard.
Yes,
they set up Yo. They set up Yo challenging Desperado for the junior title.
Yep, they kind of swerved us there because that looked like a setup for the 6-man tags, and instead Yo pinned Dusty. So
they set up Fujita and I guess Robbie Eagles, even though he wasn't there, against Doki and Sho for the junior tag titles.
Yep.
They set up Shingo basically made fun of Gabe Kidd for not showing up and said he should vacate the global title. So I assume that's your next global title match.
Yep.
If Gabe ever gets back from America.
Oh, there's a really funny bit after Shingo does that where the War Dogs who are still there kind of face down the rest of unaffiliated. But because Gabe Kidd isn't there, like, Shingo kind of shadow boxes Gabe Kidd.
Well, it's a really funny bit. The other really funny bit from that. So the War Dogs won the match. Then Shingo grabs the mic and starts talking. After he had a double clothesline on Drilla and I think Gato at one point. And Shingo says his bit about Gabe and how he's an asshole, should vacate the global title or whatever. And then they play Shingo's music. And as Finley's going up the ramp, he keeps looking at the camera and goes, "Why are they playing his music? We won."
He's correct.
Yeah. He's like, he's like, "We won the match. He just talks. Why are they playing his music?" I was fucking like, he wouldn't let it go. He kept saying it over and over and over again. And it always is funny when a heel is right. Like, he actually is right. He's like, they should not be playing Shingo's music. Shingo didn't do anything. He just won. All he did was fucking talk after the match. They won the fucking match. So Finley kept going, "Play our music. We won. Music guy." And they just ignored him. So I thought that was really fucking funny.
So good.
So yeah, that was entertaining.
Oh, another good detail I like is that because Daiki Nagai is part of unaffiliated, they're still doing the LIJ gimmick of when they tag, everybody gets their music intros separately. So that means we get the Young Lion music at the start.
Yeah, we get the Young Lion music, and then the other three. That was really cool. They kept the LIJ spirit alive, so that's I like that a lot. I'm sure no one will be surprised to learn. So yeah, they were in that 8-man tag, and then I saw the semi-main, like I said, where Zach. I talked about this earlier, where they set up Zach and Narita for the world title, which I assume is the Destruction title match. I doubt they would run that for King of Pro Wrestling, but last year they did add a title match at Destruction. Which some years they skip it, so I assume they're going to do it this year. But yeah, where I talked about that, where it's just very weird vibes with Zach as, the face against Narita again. The crowd just did not care at all. So then the G1 final. So Konosuke Takeshita defeats Evil in 26-26 with a Raging Fire. This was, honest to God, one of the weirdest matches I have ever watched in my entire life. And I feel like it's one of the hardest matches to review. First of all, what's really funny, do you remember after All In, when Joe especially, I know Joe, remember from Joe's audio, didn't like the main event as much as Consensus, and Rich I don't think did either. And one of them, I want to say it was Joe, but it could have been Rich. I apologize to whichever one I'm giving the wrong attribution to. One of them said something like, "Why can't these interference matches, these interference heavy matches, ever just have, like, start with the interference early, get it all out of the way, and then for the entire rest of the match just be one-on-one?" And the fucking person who was listening apparently was Gato, because they did that for a House of Torture match of all things.
Yep.
Like they had 10,000 run-ins in the first 10 minutes, and then everybody gets sent to the back, and nobody appears for the last 15 minutes. It's just straight up Evil versus Takeshita one-on-one. So it's so fucking funny to me that they started out like doing the WrestleMania Bloodline Rules shit or the AEW All-In main event with the fucking dozen run-ins, and then everybody just went away, and they just wrestled a match for the entire rest of it.
And that part of the match was awesome, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look,
how much I enjoyed it.
Again, Evil had a hell of a performance here. I feel like look, this crowd was behind Evil in this match. I mean, that's the first.
That was a key aspect of it too, right? Like we already got clean Evil earlier in the tournament against Tanahashi, quote unquote clean Evil, but it was like 10 minutes, right?
And the crowd's not into him at all.
It wasn't into it at all. This was a thrill ride because the audience was so into Evil winning, and they made so much noise every time he came close to hitting his STO. Oh, it was something else.
The crowd reaction was interesting because Takeshita, so he gets like no reaction coming out. I mean, nothing. Mm-hmm. There's light Evil chants to the bell. There's boos for Takeshita when he knocks Evil down with a shoulder block. And when Takeshita gets those boos, his fans who are there in the building, who I assume were mostly probably DDT fans, they do finally start chanting for him at that point. And then the crowd, once we get the interference stuff, the crowd does boo the house for attacking Takeshita 10-on-1. But then there's one point in the middle of that where Takeshita does like an eye rake to Evil to pay him back for the heel cheating spot. And he got much louder boos than the house did for beating him up 10-on-1 for doing an eye rake. Which was so fucking funny. Which there are some people on who are trying to, like, again, do this gaslighting shit where they're telling you Takeshi didn't actually get booed and Evil didn't actually get cheered and the crowd actually wanted Takeshi to win. Those people, maybe don't know, don't actually hear things or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that the audience is not even split 50-50. It's like 70-30 for Evil.
Yeah, it was like 70-30, 75-25 for Evil, something like that. It was like really strongly pro-Evil. But yeah, I mean, there's another point where Takeshi puts the crossface on Evil and the crowd starts chanting for him. The Narita does pull the ref out and then get some boos for that. But the crowd cheers Evil louder for throwing a lariat than they cheered anything else in the match at one point.
By the way, is the STF a move that he got from Chono, or did he just steal that?
He just did it. He just stole it, yeah.
He just stole it, yeah.
Yeah, Chono gave it to Shota Umino.
Right, that's right, yeah.
The Evil fans just kept drowning out the Take fans every time they tried to start chanting for him, which I thought was really funny. Mm-hmm. And then as you get to the clean wrestling part, the wrestling was like fine and then got really, really good. Yep. Evil hit the reverse Evil at one point, very close to near fall. He goes to the Dark to Scorpion. Takeshi accidentally taps out once, and the crowd thinks he submitted, and they fucking go crazy. Which again, for the people who are going to tell me that they did not want Evil to win this match, they started fucking reacting like their fucking baseball team just won the World Series when they thought Takeshi tapped out.
Charlton did a good cover for that, though, right? Because hits the mat, and the crowd reacts because they thought he just tapped out, and Charlton's like, oh, no, he has to tap the mat 3 times. He didn't do it 3 times. He didn't tap out, so... But you could also see Red Shoes like yelling at someone in the back that it's my call, he didn't tap. So
that was something.
So big heated moment right there.
And
really
then
good.
The entire rest of the match, Evil keeps almost hitting the regular Evil, and every time he does, the crowd is screaming Evil. Evil! You hear it every time. Mm-hmm, they're so fucking into him, almost saying that is more over than anything else in the match. The only thing I hate at the end, Takeshita, again, the fucking on again, off again knee injury. We hadn't seen that fucking knee injury in forever at this point. He kills Evil with the power drive knee 2 seconds before this, goes for another one, and stops and sells his knee in like the corniest way possible, and just collapses. I thought that was so fucking stupid looking.
Okay, yes it is. I completely agree that was stupid, but also as a guy cheering for Evil, I was so relieved when that hit. So it worked for me. I completely get that this was probably the worst example of his selling, but I bit on it.
I was like, so like, could you have to ruin this closing stretch I'm actually of enjoying with your fucking phantom knee injury reappearing? Just like, and the way he like collapsed, it was so fucking corny.
Oh, I was so happy to see him do that.
Evil low blowed him and sort of got cheered for the low blow, which was fucking funny, and hits this enormous lariat for a 2 count. But Takeshita comes back with the last ride and the power drive, or Evil drops the power drive knee, but Takeshita gets a huge elbow and hits the Raging Fire for the pin. The crowd went pretty mild for the actual win, but then, and this is where I feel like people don't understand the Japanese fans. It takes a lot to get the Japanese fans to completely reject something like this and turn on the promotion. Like, especially audibly. I saw a lot of tweets the tweets for people really mad about it afterward. But they did like give a little polite applause at the end. They cheered for him. And Takeshi, to his credit, gave a pretty good babyface promo at the end that did make the crowd cheer even more. So good for him. He did cut a nice little babyface promo at the end. The crowd, if anything, that put him even more over with the crowd. I
feel like you got to respect the guy, and this is why we're not mad at Takeshita for any of this. We're mad at the booking for putting him in this position in the first place.
I feel like some of his personal choices in this tournament were not great, and some of his stuff was a little underwhelming. But it's.
I feel like he is just a more compelling wrestler when he is dictating the pace of the match. And for a lot of, especially the end of the tournament, he wasn't doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And it was really dependent on who his dance partner was to create a compelling match. So Ren Narita couldn't really do it, but Finley and ZSJ are some of the best in the world. And of course they get something great.
Yeah. So we'll talk about his individual performance in the tournament more when we get to the wrap up at the end. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised the crowd didn't fucking like boom out of the building when he won, but I don't think anyone, if anyone is watching this in good faith, there's no way you can come to any conclusion, but they wanted Evil to win this match.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and a lot of people are just not watching wrestling in good faith in 2025. So it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, I mean, overall, I ended up going 4 stars on this, which is like, it was a great match. It had a lot of stupid shit. And that's ultimately where I landed. It was not anywhere near the kind of disaster it could have been. And again, I thought the highlight of this match was fucking Evil. Like, I thought his performance here, as when he went to the clean fight Evil, was fucking amazing. And it was just probably some of the best wrestling I've ever seen from that guy in his entire life.
He unintentionally becomes the protagonist of this match in a meta kind of way, right? Because Takeshita is so obviously supposed to be winning this that it is so satisfying to watch Evil struggle against that, right? So
we'll go back to the G1 after we do Stardom, but overall thoughts of the final week. I mean, not great stuff. I mean, there were some really cool matches, but the booking was really stupid. And, it ended the G1 on a fucking sour note, that is for sure.
And this is what people are going to remember more than anything, right? Is how it ended. And a lot of great matches, especially from the A block, are going to get forgotten because of that.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate. But all right, but we'll get back to the G1 again when we do our G1 wrap-up. All right, so we're back here. We took a little break again. Mostly so I could eat dinner, honestly, but I appreciate Arametha bearing with me here. We're going to talk about Stardom now, and then we'll go back to the G1, because I don't want to wait any longer to do Stardom, since it's a big week for them, too. It was the end of their blocks. So we'll review the 3 Stardom shows, and then we'll do a preview of the playoffs that are coming up this week. So, and then I'll keep the longer Stardom 5-star wrap up for next week with Velky. So that's pretty much the plan here. Let's start out on the Monday, August 11th show from the Kobe Arts Center in Kobe. This did a crowd of 689 people. This was the final block only show, which was day 9 overall. Also the last show I watched from my hotel room in DC. So, this show, okay. So Sunday night, I didn't get a chance to talk about this in the podcast last week because, I recorded earlier on Sunday and then we stayed until Monday. Sunday night, I got incredibly drunk and I tried to watch this show live like I've been doing because it was at midnight Eastern again. And it was up to the point where I got through like the first, I want to say 4 matches.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I can't, my eyes could not focus on the television. That's like how drunk I was. Like it was all blurry. And I went back and looked at my, so I was like, I have to go to bed. So I went to bed. I went back and looked at my notes the next day and I'm like, oh, these are completely unusable as podcast notes. Like I wrote down nothing because I was too drunk. So I had to go back and watch all 4 matches again. I will say I ended up with like the exact same, I wrote down star ratings and somehow I ended up with the exact same star ratings after I watched them again. So Drunk John apparently was still able to write down the correct star ratings, at least according to me. So I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah,
that's funny because I think I enjoy wrestling more when I'm drunk, so I'm going to be a little more generous. But
I thought so too, but I was so wasted that I went back around the other way or something.
It could be, yeah. It made you cynical and angry.
Yeah, I was like really because I didn't really even mean to get that drunk. It was just like I didn't really eat anything that day, and then
they'll do it.
We drank a bunch of beers at Yard House, and then we came back and drank the rest of the sake we brought with us, and then a bunch of other alcoholic drinks. I was just completely gone. So
beer before liquor, never sicker.
Yeah, exactly. And thankfully, I did not get sick, but I hit the exact right amount to be like incredibly like everything is blurry drunk and not be sick later that night or the next day. So always good when you hit that exact level. But the opener
it's harder as you get older, I found.
Oh yeah. I mean, usually when I drink, I don't get this drunk at all now because I just built up such a tolerance over the years. And if I do try to get to like really drunk, I overshoot it and get sick sometimes. So, which I never used to do when I was younger, but age sucks.
Yep.
The Blue Star A opener here. Again, this is a Blue Stars only show. Uraka beat Yuria Hime in 5:34. That gave Uraka 7 points and kept Yuria at 0. I just thought Yuria, she looked a little slower and more awkward than I've seen her on other nights in this tour, especially early in the match. Maybe because she just doesn't have the best dance partner here either. I mean, Uraka, it's been kind of whatever in this tournament. It stands out even more, especially since her partner, Natsuko Tora, has been so great in this tournament. So, I don't know. I did like the repeated boots to the face that Yuria was doing on Uraka. She got a pretty nice near fall off a roll up out of nowhere too, and hit this great running boot against the ropes. So she got some nice hope spots in there. Uraka put her right at the tree slam though pretty quick after that. I thought this was like all right by the end, like 2 3/4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I went 2 1/4. It's a short restricted match. Yeah. Lower than you. I don't know. Like, Yuria doesn't have a lot to work with right now. Obviously, she is a very promising talent, but right now she has the challenge of get in, get out in less than 5 minutes with 3 moves and try to create some drama in that time. And yeah, her dance partner here isn't great with Raka. Raka needs a little more sauce, I think, in her offense. She can look just a little too dry and slow, and she does kind of like looking at the crowd and going, "Aren't I a stinker?" a little too much.
She does do that a lot. Yeah, that's a good point. Match number 2, Rana Yagami defeats Momo Kogo in 6:44. That gave Rana 6 points and kept Komomo at 0. Thought this was a perfectly fine little match. I was a little surprised Komomo didn't get her first win here, but Rana did beat her. So, there was some good, nice little forearm exchange. And that led into Rana, like, rocking her with her middle kicks. And then Rana, like, almost took her head off with a high kick, late in the match, and then hit a second kick to the head for the pin. 3 stars. Gentlewoman's 3.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I also went Gentlewoman's 3 as well. One of the things you have to accept as someone who has a favorite mid-carder is that your favorite mid-carder is primarily there to put over other people. In this case, Momo Kogo giving Rana what's kind of a big win for her because Momo Kogo is her senpai. And they did a quick, competent little match for that.
Then we had, in mid-soda gulp, Miyu Amasaki.
You needed me to go a little longer, huh? Well,
Yeah.
Okay, I could talk about Momokoko for like 30 minutes if you'd like.
It's okay. Blue Stars A, Miyu Amasaki defeats Ami Sourei in 7:47. Big upset for Miyu, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
For really weird reasons. We'll get to this in the final show, but I thought it was like to keep her alive on the final night. And the final night had some really weird, baffling booking, which is like, I feel like the first time in a while I'm going to really criticize Stardom's booking, but the final night had some really weird booking. Anyway, Miyu beat Ami here, so went up to 4. Miyu went up to 4 points, and Ami was stuck at 8. Ami just chopped the hell out of poor Miyu to start. She was like dominating the first 5 minutes. She nearly submitted her with a half crab before she made the ropes. Miyu, this really nice little reversal where she did reverse an Ami suplex and do like a high angle DDT. Then she hit another DDT that got a 2 count, and then she just cradles her. So I wonder what this cradle she does has a name that's like in Japanese, and I never want to trust.
It's like her signature flash pin.
Yeah. And like I know that the kanji, I can read the first kanji is definitely heaven, which is the same kanji she uses in her name, actually. And then the last kanji is stand. I don't know what the second kanji in between is. So I never like to trust. See, Google is auto-translating it as a city or like a fucking, or actually the name of a sandbar in the Asomi Sea, apparently uses the same kanji. So that's what Google Translate is trying to translate it as. But yeah, so that's probably not what it's actually called. So I definitely shouldn't go by the auto translate name. But yeah, it's something to do with heaven and standing, I think. So from the kanji I can read. I don't know the middle kanji. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, it can be a pretty cool little flash pin that she has there. I have seen it look a lot worse than what she pulled out here. And I think she made it look even better in a future match. Much more snug.
The second kanji is a kanji for bridge, by the way, which I should have recognized that one.
So Heaven's Bridge stand? Yeah, so bridge to heaven?
Probably a bridge to heaven, yeah. That's probably
something like that. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I guess the bridge she does as she's holding them down with her flash pin. That's the bridge to heaven.
I guess so. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I should have. Well, actually, I think it might be a more obscure kanji for bridge. So there you go. I don't think it's the actual kanji for bridge. If you want to, I could be wrong in that, but I think that's true. Nobody cares, so let's just keep talking.
it's all right. I'm curious, but maybe we can get someone to chime in with a better translation than just the two of us fumbling in the dark.
Yeah.
That
definitely is what the middle kanji means. I looked it up. But,
okay. I did love the high angle DDTs that Miyu gets off here. This was very much a match that was a tale of two halves, right? With Ami dominating it to start, and poor Miyu, who had just gotten off a match with Ida in her last block match, now has to put up with chops from Ami, making her chest hamburger meat all over again.
I'm sure she was thrilled.
I'm sure she was. But I kind of love how the match hinged on Miyu hitting those high angle DDTs, and Ami sold them like death, and Miyu gets the pin off of it ultimately. Really good stuff. I struggle sometimes with Miyu. I feel like she is sometimes set up to be a bigger deal than her talent can actually support, right? But she's had a pretty good tournament so far. I could see her in a higher position than mid card, but not that much higher. If you know, I don't
feel like she's super over pushed, but it almost feels like they think she has the potential to be something bigger. And I'm not sure I agree yet.
And I just don't see that potential as the primary problem. Yeah.
I mean, she's very cute, so I'm sure that's part of it.
That helps.
So I'm sure that always helps. I mean, that always does help. But I don't think the wrestling talent is quite there yet. Let's. I mean, there's time for people. She's still pretty young she's like 3 years into her career or something.
She is, yeah. So plenty of time for again, this is what is good about having wrestlers like her in tournaments like these. it gives her a chance to practice doing a singles wrestling match and develop her skills further. And you also have an opportunity for people like Amy to either establish themselves as big dominant wrestlers who are clearly over the rest of the cast, or someone who slips on a banana peel and gets a surprise loss, which is what happened here. Either way, it can create some good drama. This is me being slightly irritated at some of the discourse I saw online with the size of the 5-star versus the G1. And I got to say, I thought that for the most part, a lot of everyone who was in the 5-star, I felt, ended up justifying their place in the end, and it made sense to give them that slot. So we can talk more about that later, though, because I think you're going to go into details of your standings for ratings for each of the groups.
Yeah. Well, that's next week.
Oh, it's next week? Okay. Well, then I will take this opportunity to slip in my thoughts then. Yeah, because Amy has looked really good here, but this time she slips on a banana peel. So, yeah.
The cradle itself looked a little bust, I thought. And I think the next time Miyu did this cradle, she did a lot better. But,
she did. I agree.
But yeah, so Miyu wins, and I went 3 1/4. So there you go. Also, I think the kanji bridge is the normal kanji bridge. It's the last thing I'm going to say about the kanji. Blue Stars B, Momo Watanabe loses to Hina, another big upset, and 9-17 with the Gato clutch. That moved Hina up to 4 points and left Momo on 8. Momo just beat her ass to start before Hina finally came back with the judo throw. She got the STF locked in, but Momo made the ropes to break. Hina came back with an STO and then a jackhammer for a close near fall. She missed the mad splash. Momo escaped an attempt by Hina at the Gato clutch, but Hina then gets it for the second attempt, and that gets the pin. Crowd was very into Hina getting the win here. This was a good match. This was 3.5. Quite enjoyed this.
Oh, I went 3 3/4. I really enjoyed this. You know who Hina reminds me of with her future belt run? Kind of establishing her character as like a dominant wrestler. She reminds me of Mai Sakurai. And I don't think you were watching Stardom when she was Future of Stardom champion, but she had a pretty good run with that belt.
Yeah, off and on.
Okay.
Definitely not as closely as now.
I feel like you see a lot of Mai's best traits as a performer and wrestler. She started finding that in her Future of Stardom belt run. And I think we're seeing something similar with Hina. They often say the wrestler makes the belt doesn't make the wrestler, but I think sometimes a wrestler can really find themselves when they're put in that dominant champion role, like Hina has. Like, I don't think she's the future of Stardom anymore. I think she really is the present. They can run with her right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's impressed me a ton in this title run, and it's like, before this, I would have put her as like the third best sister by far. And now I think she's clearly like either even with Hanan or actually pulled ahead. I mean, Rena has also incredibly leveled up. Probably even more.
Talk so much about Rena soon, but
but
the Judo sisters in general have been very impressive.
Yeah, I think Hanan probably the least impressive of the three for me in the tournament, but she's still had her moments.
Yep.
Blue Stars A. Oh, also, but Momo, it's Sportsman of the Year, Momo Watanabe beat up Hina and the ref with her bat afterwards. So,
Babyface of the Year, Momo Watanabe.
Yeah. Then we had Blue Stars A. Bozilla defeated Saya Ida in 10:51. That put Bozilla up to 10 points and left Saya Ida at 4. There was a huge chant for Ida at the bell. And Bozilla was doing all of this. I can't see where my opponent is stuff to start. Like, oh, she's too short. I can't even see her. That was pretty funny. She then got down on her knees to mock her even more. And they even locked up that way. And then Bozilla still shoved her away easily. Saya, being a little fool, yelled at Bozilla to stand up. And then tried to forearm and shoulder block her, but got nowhere, of course. But yeah, this was, Bozilla was like dominating. Saya really kept fighting back and fighting back and fighting back. Obviously chopped the shit out of Bozilla. She tried to suplex her, which was a very bad idea, like later in the match, but could barely even lift her off the mat. So she went back to just like battering her with all sorts of strikes. But then she ran into this huge Bozilla lariat that she took this insane like folding up bump for, just for the 10-minute call. Saya escaped the powerbomb. She sunset flipped behind her for a 2 count, but Bozilla then did get the sit out powerbomb with the second try. So 3 3/4 of this. I really enjoyed it. Very good match. Bozilla continues to have quite a few bangers in this tournament. And, just they made this work despite the height difference being the most absurd one possible in Stardom, I think. So.
Yeah, well, it was still a dominant Bozilla win, I would say, but it was still highly entertaining because Ida sold like she was a Looney Tunes character for this. It rocked. She threw her body all over the ring for Bozilla. Ida is really underrated as a selling machine, and I guess because her role as short muscle girl is mostly to bully people, but she is so good at throwing her body around. And Bozilla was a great dance partner to do that with. I had a great time watching this match.
Then we had Blue B. Sari defeats Hanako in 11:39. That moves her up to 7 points and leaves Hanako still at 7 points. So I thought this was interesting early with Sari wrestling someone so much bigger than she was early on.
Mm-hmm.
Hanako was using her size advantage, I thought, to really make Sari work during the grappling. She did finally manage to get this leg trip to complete a takedown, and she really had to struggle for it. They traded like these really hard forms to the chest. Hanako at one point almost took her head off with a lariat for a 2 count. But Sari then ends up tapping Hanako out with her octopus hold, which this was Hanako's first loss of the entire tournament, believe it or not. So she had a couple of draws at this point, but she hadn't lost anything. But yeah, or actually I think only one draw. I think she was 3-0-1. But anyway, I thought this was good. It never quite got to great for me, but compared to some of Hanako's other matches in this tournament where it felt like she had a hard time working with someone who's supposed to be dominant but so much smaller than her, they did work a little. That happened a lot with the hate people. They worked better here. So I went like 3.5. It was a good match.
Yeah. I agree with that assessment. I went 3 flat, actually, for kind of the same reason you did, where Hanako has struggled before, but this was a good match, and I think a lot of it is just Sari's aura and personality and just her raw strength is so dominant that it doesn't feel like a fair fight even for Hanako, right? And so Hanako's like, I don't want to say passivity in matches, but it looked like a more natural fit, her reactions to Suri here. And they had what felt like the most natural match for Hanako so far.
But yeah, this there was like this pretty long verbal exchange afterwards where I thought Hanako indicated she wants an IWGP Women's title shot, which is kind of a weird request given she just lost to this woman. But
just lost,
anyway.
And yeah, it wasn't that competitive either. Yeah, I didn't think that's what it was.
The crowd started chanting at Sari to go home at this point, and she was pretending they were chanting her name. Oh, that was funny. So, that was good.
Imagine if Takeshita was treated like Sari is treated in Stardom.
I know.
How much better that would have worked.
Just do the outsider thing. Like, why are they so insistent on making them a babyface? It's so weird. Then we had the semi-main event. Suzu Suzuki defeats Konami in exactly 10 minutes. That moves Blue B still. That moves Suzu up to 8 points and leaves Konami at 4. So we get the requisite crowd brawling to start. It didn't really last very long. Once they got back in the ring, I thought this was pretty great.
Yep.
So Suzu, she hit this running knee to Konami's face in the corner, fucking nailed her with a soccer ball kick to the back, and then hit this running big boot against the ropes, just being very stiff here. They did brawl back out to the outside, but the brawling on the second time I thought was a little more intense. I mean, Suzu like blocked this running kick along the apron and like dragged her off of it with her face seemingly hitting really hard. And she like threw her into some chairs and was hitting her with an umbrella and just ramming her head first in the table repeatedly. Almost like she was like, "Oh, you want to brawl with me? I'll show you, hate bitch, how to brawl." Or I mean, it's a little strong. Sorry, Kazami. I don't know. But from Suzu's perspective, she
right. Look,
she might insult
one of us is a GCW wrestler, and it's not Konami.
Yeah, so Suzu probably knows some American curse words. So there you go. Suzu, she avoids a buzzsaw kick from Konami back in the ring, gets this leg roll up for a close 2 count, then gets the tequila shot for another 2 count. She goes up top, but Azusa takes the ref so Konami can try to use her spray, but Suzu grabs it from her, sprays her instead, and then power bombs her to the mat. I thought that was a kind of a neat little spot, but Konami kicked out again. Konami, she basically dodges a kick from Suzu and gets a choke, but Suzu escapes and hits 2 straight Germans. Konami kicks out again, and then a 3rd German suplex hold finally gets the pin. 4 stars for this. This was a great match.
Yep, I gave 4 stars as well. If this were 2 men wrestling, we would have said this was 2 bulls going at it. It kind of had that same feeling of intensity and heat to it. I really enjoyed it.
Main event, Blue Stars A, Soriano defeats Aya Sakura in 10 minutes and 4 seconds. Aya, the hometown girl here from Kobe. This crowd was super hot all night, which always helps the show, but they absolutely loved their hometown girl, which, as you'd expect. She got this big chant right from the start. She goes at Sayori Hart with hard middle kicks. Sayori has that awesome aspect to her where she can take any offense and come back so casually and so like, you don't matter to me, basically. And the way she just came right back with this like super casual like boot to the face was just one of those great moments for her. She catches Aya trying to kick her again and delivers this really cool, almost like leaping dragon screw, like not the normal typical way you see someone do a dragon screw, and then locked in a figure 4 leg lock. Aya later on was like trying to get the kicks going again, and Sayori just kept blocking it and kicking at her leg. So Aya like shifted tactics at that point and took her down to the mat and locked in her really tight triangle she does on the mat. At this point, I was really loving this match already. They eventually did a trade where it was Aya's middle kicks against Sayori's boots to the face. Sayori eventually booted her repeatedly in the corner. She avoided an Aya charge, but gets hit with a high kick. They both trade suplexes before they're down at the 5-minute call. I thought the match just had an absolutely insane pace for the first 5 minutes. They got the diving crossbody from Aya to the floor. Sayori comes back with this big release German, goes for her arm lock, leg choke combo thing that she's won multiple matches with already. She even grabs poor Aya by the hair, so no mercy here for the fellow Cosmic Angel. Just trying to lock it in even more by grabbing her by the hair. Aya did a really good job selling that she was going out, but Sayori, maybe the one flaw in this match, the one big flaw to me is she just kind of lets her out for no reason, it felt like, which is always a spot I never liked. It's like you have your opponent in your signature submission, just keep it on until she either gets out or makes the ropes or taps. It's just always look weird to me when they do that. Sonata used to do that all the time with the fucking skull line. Used to drive me crazy. She picks Aya up by the hair roughly and then just fucking slaps her in the face, which was so badass. Aya fires back with her own slap, hits some hard leg kicks, but then she ends up eating a big delayed wheelbarrow suplex from Sayori, just barely kicks out, and then Sayori finishes her with her front flip neck breaker thing. I think it's called the Tendre, I think. I don't know. But that gets the pin. It actually lost a tiny bit of momentum at the end, I thought. And Sayori put her away a little suddenly. But everything before that owned so much that I'm still going 4 stars on this. I still thought it was great. It was just, it was to me, it was on pace to be even better than that. And it didn't.
It was. I was actually frustrated with how quickly it ended because, yes, the first 3 quarters of this match are tremendous. It's worked really hard and really fast. And I would have loved to see more near falls from Ano at the end. I thought, considering how evenly this was worked, for the most part, she puts away Aya too quickly, too cleanly, and I kind of would have liked to see some counters, some extensive, like, finisher reversal dancing that we get from New Japan, because it's the main event. Like, go out here. This is probably Sakura's biggest match of the 5-star, and she should look as good as possible. And with how quickly she got put away, I think there was a little bit of a damper on it. But otherwise, great match. 3.5 stars is what I went.
So there you go. There's your Wednesday show. I'd say good show. Wouldn't say like one of the best of the 5-star or anything, but I enjoyed it. So let me see where it ends up in my show rankings.
At 4 stars on this, but I largely was hovering around 3.5. So yes, very good show.
Then our am I missing a show? No, I'm not. Saturday.
Oh, by the way, very hot crowd too, who really elevated the whole thing.
Yeah, very, very hot crowd. So we missed 4 days, right? I think. So yeah, they were like 4 days off.
A whole week without Stardom. Crazy.
It sucked. I was really missing them. That is for sure. So Saturday, we come back Saturday, August 16th, yesterday in Yokohama Budokan, the first of 2 straight nights to wrap up the block part of the tournament. So these are all now mixed shows. So with 12 matches total, 3 from each block. And some of the choices of what to do in the last 2 nights were a little weird, as we'll get to. They definitely didn't make it predictable, I will say. I mean, they definitely didn't have all the blocks come down to the last day. Maybe they did that on purpose to be more realistic or something. But yeah, there was some weird stuff on these shows, I thought. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Where, like, you know, you don't want everything to come down to, like, the exact way you expect it to, like the B block show of the G1 did. But I almost think they did some baffling choices on the last night, especially where I'm just like, why do you not just leave this person alive for the end of it instead of, like, taking the drama out of the next match? But
I wonder who was closely tracking points like we were in the VOW chat, though, right?
There's probably a lot of people at the field have no idea, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of get the sense that without commentary there to guide you and let you constantly know and remind you, here are the point stakes for qualification for each match, it's impossible to keep track of.
Yeah. I mean, people always sound shocked in the building when they announce who advanced, so...
Yeah, they weren't keeping track at all.
Yeah. And they do it for the G1 too. They always sound shocked, even when it's super obvious, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, so this show, Yokohama Budokan, did 1,293. So that was down around 300 fans from last year at the Yokohama Budokan 5-star show. It's worth noting that show was the opening night, so that probably helped to draw. There's a sort of sign that things are maybe softening for Stardom a little bit in the Tokyo area, because Yokohama obviously is still very close to Tokyo. The Korakuen early in the 5-star didn't do great either. We'll see how the Korakuen this week and then the Oda Ward Gym finals do. There's no sign. If anything, they're getting stronger outside of Tokyo, as we'll get to with the last show. But yeah, they might be running Tokyo a little bit too much lately, I think. And they're coming right back to Yokohama for the September 6th, I want to say, show, Stardom to the World, which we got our first match for this week, actually. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
So the so out of nowhere, at the end of during this show, Shiori Ano suddenly mentioned Oz Academy, which she never had before. Because she said in her promo, she's like, in my mind, the Ano of Stardom and the Ano of Oz were 2 totally separate people, but now I don't think that matters anymore. I think that was her quote, basically. And I was wondering why they did that, because they always treated them like there were 2 different universes, and you know she wasn't the same person, because obviously she was a heel in Oz Academy as part of like the heel Sekigun before that fell apart recently. Now I think her unit in Oz Academy is called Phantom Limit, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I'm not an Oz Academy expert here, so you know if I'm getting any of this wrong, I apologize.
Oh, I'm even less of an expert. I didn't know Sekigun fell apart recently. That's crazy to me.
Well, that led to
they've been around as long as the promotion has, more or less, right?
I don't know. I don't know if it technically still exists, but like the match I just saw during the build up of this 3-way Oz title match I think the Korakuen was held today. It was built up as like, the collapse of the evil Sekigun has led to this, and it was like her, Mayumi Ozaki, and Show, I think, obviously not the New Japan show, a different a Joshi show, but the Joshi show, like the big show.
Well, where's Police in all this?
Police hasn't been around in a while, I think. I could be
No.
wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I think police is gone. Again, somebody listening will be able to tell. Will probably jump on the Discord and tell me what I'm wrong about here, because I know we have people who watch Oz Academy way more than I do. But which actually I'm buying the tickets for Oz Academy tonight at 9:00. So when they go on sale at for the December 30th show. But yeah, so basically it led to this three-way match, and the reason why Sayori on the show suddenly mentioned Oz Academy and why she basically took it into the universe is Hate showed up at the end of the show and caused a no contest. All the Hate members that were not on the Hawamatsu show, which is quite a lot of them, like I think it was like Momo, Natsuko Tora, Ruraka, and somebody else maybe, Konami maybe. But yeah, they all showed up. They caused a no contest in the main event, which I believe, based on how Oz Academy does things, means Sayori should be champion at the show and when during my trip that I'm going to, which is obviously great. But because they usually don't do any title matches except at their Korakuens, I think, and that's their next Korakuen on December 30th. But yeah, the match is no contest. Ruaka steals the Oz Academy title belt apparently, and so I guess they're setting up something with Sayori and Ruaka, and then they also announced Natsuko Tora versus Mayumi Ozaki.
Oh,
okay. So that's September 6th at the start of the World Show. So that's your first match for that pay-per-view. So
that's a fun match. I like that.
Yeah. So we'll see how that turns out, obviously. But yeah, that was all set up for Tora and Mayumi Ozaki. So now apparently the Stardom Ano and the Oz Ano exist in the same universe finally. So, but yeah, back to the show. I don't know how we got on that really, but 1,293 at Yokohama Budokan. It opens up with Red Stars B. Natsupoi defeats Rion in 7:35. That moves her up to 8 points and leaves Rion with 0. This match, I was so looking forward to this match because Poi had been bullying the shit out of Rion leading up to this, like during tag matches, just really beating the fucking shit out of her. And Poi in, what's the nicest way I can say this? The least bad way I can say this. Poi in full, like, bully Poi mode just makes me feel things. I just enjoy it a lot.
Okay.
Just the world's most adorable bully. It's just very, very entertaining to me.
Mm-hmm.
And
would you like to elaborate on that?
I would not.
Okay.
But Rion's mouth is very bloody, and Poi just keeps absolutely laying into her. Poi at one point just invites Rion to hit her, and Rion does fire back finally. She's got these really hard slaps. She's just fucking slapping the shit out of Poi. And there's lots of very close near falls off of flash cradles for Rion, and then a German suplex hold with a really hard landing from Poi before Poi finally puts her away with this big kick combo. I gave this match 4 stars. I don't care that it was 7.5 minutes. I don't care that it was a one-sided beatdown of a rookie for the most part. I love Poi. I love it when she beats shut up people, and I love Rion as the underdog. I think that's clearly what she does best, and she had another great underdog performance here. So yeah, 4 stars on this. Fucking fight me.
Wow. No. I thought it was very good. This was probably the hottest opening match they've had so far for the 5-star. I gave it 3 1/4, and I have 0 complaints about it.
Okay. I'd probably be the only person on earth to give that 4 stars, but it's fine. The second match, we're in Blue Stars B now. So Momo Kogo, she finally gets a fucking win.
Woo!
She beats Hina.
Put some respect on her name.
She beats Hina in 7:29 to get her first 2 points in the tournament. Leaves Hina at 4 points. She's doing these very hard forms to the chest. Both of them are actually. Everyone seemed really fired up for the show, but like the problem with this match though is, they're fired up, they're hitting each other very hard, but like they just kind of seem like they were on different pages at times. Mm-hmm. It was just a little sloppy. It's like it's not horrible or anything, but it was a big come down for me after that first match. So yeah, I went 2 1/4.
Pace was a little weird on this. I thought, and also I did start to wonder maybe Momo's injured. because I think a lot of her matches have kind of been a little slow or would just over really quickly. This one was over quickly. And the La Mystica she ended it on didn't look great. But more important than all of that is she got a win. So,
Yeah.
how about that?
Oh, okay.
2.5
Another.
stars.
I went 2.25, so pretty close. Next match, Blue Stars A. So I forgot to mention this. On the last show, Siriana goes backstage and she's talking about her next opponent. And she inexplicably calls Yuria Eureka. And Eureka, and now I just called her. Yuria quote tweets the Stardom accounts like, account of it. And she's like, who the fuck is Eureka? It's Yuria. And so early in this match, Yuria tries a bunch of flash cradles immediately, almost pins her with one. And then she lays into forearms and just yells, it's Yuria, like Yuria da. And Sayori just comes off the ropes.
That's why she did that. I wrote down, I don't know why she... Okay. All right.
Yes.
Lore I didn't know about.
She comes off the ropes and yells, and Sayori just yells, "Gomendasai," like, sorry. And while she's taking her head off with a boot, which was so fucking fun. People in the Discord who also were watching this live, who also didn't know the lore behind it, were like, oh, it's so cool that Sayori took her head off and yelled sorry at the same time. I'm like, she's apologizing for something very specific, actually. She's apologizing for saying Eureka instead of Yuria. So please understand the lore here. But yeah, it's a very not very good match. Pretty good match. 3.25. I enjoyed it. Not like it was anything special or anything, but just Yuria as good as an underdog, and Sayori is one of my favorite wrestlers. So.
Well, I went 3.5 on this. Fight me.
Oh, you're the even. Who's the Sayori fan now?
I loved the energy Yuria brought to this match. She just looked desperate for a win, and starts the match like a bat out of hell, right? And it just made for a very entertaining match as now gradually got her momentum back and just showed she's on another level here. Sorry, Yuria, not today. Really, really good stuff. I did notice, by the way, that Daichi verbally told Yuria something while she was in a hold with a now. Did you catch what that was? I wonder if he was telling them you need to wrap it up, but it still went another 4 or 5 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't
because you could also see Yuria make the rookie mistake of nodding and verbally saying yes or something. So
yeah,
oops,
oopsie. I did not catch that. Then we had Miyu Amasaki, a upset win over Raka in 3:22. Again with that the cradle thing, which looked a lot better here.
What was the kanji for that again?
Raka attacks Miyu on the floor before the bell. Miyu just pins her very quickly, though, back in the ring with her cool little cradle thing. 2.5, I guess, average match.
Yeah.
I thought they were keeping Miyu alive here because she got to 6 points. And remember, she has a tiebreaker on Ami because she beat her on the last show. So if they both tie with 8 points, she would have beaten her out with a spot. But then they just eliminated her on the next show. So very strange. Before Ami even hit the ring. But yeah, Raka beat her up afterward just to be a jerk. Average match, 3 minutes. What are you going to say about it?
Yeah. Yeah, I also went 2 3/4. I forget what your star rating was already.
2.5.
2.5, okay. Look, she got the flash pin in, and it looked proper this time. So, good stuff.
Blue Stars A, Saya Ida defeats Aya Sakura in 8 minutes and 3 seconds. This was very good. Stiff fucking strikes between Saya's chops and Aya's kicks. Just beat the shit out of each other. And almost felt like Saya just outlasted her at the end, basically. She put her right at the vertical drop brainbuster. That moved up to 6 points. I think she might have technically still been alive at this point, but I'm not even sure. She might have been eliminated anyway. But yeah, 3 3/4. Very good match here.
Yep. I went 3.5. And I kind of love how getting your chest turned to hamburger by Ida is a rite of passage for all of these young wrestlers. There's no escaping it. You just have to embrace that. Also, I remember a bit of trivia that I had read a few years ago where I think as part of the wrestler yearbooks that ShoePro does, people would also name like their favorite wrestlers, right? Would you like to guess who Ida's favorite wrestler is? He currently works for New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Ida's favorite wrestler who works for New Japan. Hanare.
No, she used his finisher in this match.
Oh, Ishii?
Ishii.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought Hanare first.
That would have been weird because I think this was before Hanare had stopped being a young lion. So, because I didn't tell you, but it was like 4 or 5 years ago. So.
But yeah, right. Well, yeah. If you told me that, I would have narrowed it down.
Yeah. I didn't provide all the information. All right.
Then we had Red Stars A, Waka Tsukiyama defeating Azusa Inaba in 48 seconds.
Woo!
To finally get her first win and leave Azusa at 6 points. I gave this the default 2.5 of barely a match, but I have to put something for the averages. It's not like there's anything wrong with it, so.
Oh, weird. I seem to have 300 stars here for this match. Okay, that sounds about right.
Waka beat her immediately with a roll-up, everybody.
Yeah, beat her immediately with a roll-up. Look, this is the payoff for all of those matches that Waka has that only last a few seconds. This is true for her in a way that it isn't for anybody else. Every second in her match feels like it counts because she just constantly slips on a banana peel and loses instantly. This time, she gets the win. I enjoyed it a lot.
Azusa beat her ass afterward for spoiling her because she was still alive here with 6 points. So, also Red Stars A, B Priestley defeated Lady C in 8:36 with the Plan B. There's been worse B Priestley matches in this tournament. I thought this was
wow,
was
what
fine.
a compliment.
This was fine. We're going to talk about another one that was worse in a second. But yeah, this was fine. Gentlewoman's 3 stuff. It was started out better, I thought, than it ended. I mean, there was like Lady C hit a really strong running boot to 2 of them actually to B's face, and B comes back with a nice German suplex that folded Lady up in half. Lady like cracked her in the face with a hard forearm and got the choke slam after 2 tries, and wish she kind of just could have won there, but no, B kicked out. But yeah, the pump handle slam itself did not look good either, which didn't help the end of it losing steam. But yeah, it was trending better. Ended up at like Gentlewoman's 3. But again, that's still better than a lot of B matches in this tournament. So.
Yeah, very dry match, which I would describe a lot of B Priestley matches in the 5-star this year like that.
Yeah. And that gave B 8 points, and Lady C was stuck at 4, so she was eliminated at this point. Blue B, Konami defeats Hanako in 12:15. Yeah, this was bad.
Oh wow!
First of all, I didn't think it had to go anywhere near this long. First of all, and it again showed the mistake of putting Hanako in a block with a bunch of smaller heels, or even just heel leaning people like Sari and Suzu. It kind of worked with Sari as we got into in the last match, but it's still not playing to her strength because she has to sell so much and she's just so much bigger. And unlike Lady C, I don't think she's particularly good at like making smaller people, being an underdog against smaller wrestlers the way Lady C is. Part of it is also like her body type too. I think she just looks even despite the fact that she's like an inch taller.
Thicker. She's more muscular.
She's more thick and muscular. Yeah. So it looks a little more ridiculous. The crowd did get into it at the very end, I thought, but I thought this was bad. This was like 2 stars. I thought this was not a good match at all.
I thought there were some good moments from Konami in particular, who seems to really enjoy bending people's arms in directions that they shouldn't go. But otherwise, yeah, not a great match.
And that moved Konami to 6 points at that point, and Hanako was stuck at 7 still. Hanako wasn't out yet, though. I think she still had a chance, depending on what happened in the final night. Red B, Tomoko Inaba gives Natsuko Tora a huge blow to her hopes of moving on. Although, again, she was also still alive, technically, depending on what happened last night, but basically, I think, done. She beat her in 12:46. This was a good match, Yeah. I wouldn't say it was great, but it was good. It was like 3.5-star match. I mean, they just had a lot of back and forth action. There was like a little too much of the hate, crowd wandering, and chair throwing where it felt like it interrupted what had been a very solid match up to that point, but they got it back on track towards the end. I mean, there was a lot of good action. Tomoka, all of her kicks always look really well, and she was just like chopping at Tora's leg, and Tora sold the leg well. And it ended up, and it played in the end too, where Tomoka went for this leg takedown over and over again. She finally gets it. Tora almost makes the ropes when she puts her in a leg lock, and Tora almost makes the ropes before Tomoka just spins her back to the middle, and Tora had no choice but to tap out, which is not something you see every day.
I'm going to read one of my notes verbatim. It is, Tomoka, please don't go for a knee hold with 3 minutes remaining. Wait, it worked.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it didn't feel like they were on the way to a draw or something. That's true.
It did, yeah.
So 3.5. Good match. I enjoyed it.
So. Very good match. Another note I have here is John disrespected Natsuko in our preview that we did together a couple weeks ago, and I disrespected Tomoka. I think we can both admit we were wrong about those. They've both been pretty darn good.
They've both been really good in this tournament, that is for sure. And yeah, Tora stunned me because I didn't see this coming from her at all. I mean, to be fair,
she has shown this before, I think. But she often is in a role where she's going to be just a mean bully pushing her weight around. Doesn't always lead to great matches.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, she had more opportunities in this block because this block was so stacked. Yes. And she had a lot of great talent to work with, but she held up her end of the bargain. So, Red B, Starlight Kid and Rina go to a 15-minute time limit draw. So that moved Rina up.
Match.
Yeah, this rocked. So that moved Rina up to 9 points. It moved Starlight Kid up to 8 points. It almost put Rina through. There was like one scenario on the next night where if Starlight Kid and Poi had gone to a draw, it would have been complicated. And I think she might have been out completely. But yeah, but she was very close to getting through at this point. So this point was bigger for her than it was for Starlight Kid.
This started still out big for Starlight Kid, right? Because it set up her next match being I must win or I'm not in.
Yeah, she would have been either way though. I think if she had been 7, she just lost her. Yeah, she just lost to Rina. She would have been at 7. Rina would have been at 9, or Rina would have been at 10. I mean, and Rina would have finished. No, Rina lost to Poi. I think. I don't know. The point is, I think that still would have been the same thing because then Starlight Kid could have still leapfrogged Poi by beating her. So okay. I think that always was going to be winning you're in for Starlight Kid. But this started out like fast and furious when we got to the Starlight Kid legwork portion of the match. They end up on the apron where Rina hits this inverted suplex with a landing that sure looks like it sucked for poor kiddo. I mean, Jesus, that was one hard inverted suplex. Starlight Kid just goes back after a leg, though. Rina is like fucking screaming in pain. There's one point where she gets her own knees up when SLK does the moonsault, and she fucking like lets out this screech that is just so great. And again, there's a way you can do scream selling that's annoying and bad, and she was on the right side of that line, and she was great here selling this leg. Rina, she climbed up super slow at one point to sell the leg, but then did hit the double knees off the top for a 2 count. She goes for the pink devil, but again, just kind of drops her because her knee gives out. Then she tries again, and SOK fucking flips into a sunset flip powerbomb for 2. That was so awesome. She comes back and gets the moonsault at the top this time, but Rina kicks the fuck out at 1. Let's fucking go. They just keep going from here. Time's running out. Rita hits the pink devil, and it expires right as she has the cover and finally has the pin on Starlight Kid to pay her back from the title match they had earlier in the year. This fucking ruled. 4 1/4. One of the best matches of the tournament, as Rita has so many of the best matches of the tournament, honestly. And she is like having an amazing fucking star-making performance in this tournament. That is for fucking sure.
Yeah,
and Starlight Kid's awesome as she's been all year too. So
yep, I also think they just have a special chemistry together. Which, when Rina initially challenged SLK earlier this year, I didn't really think that match was gonna amount to all that much. And I feel like we're just seeing another side of Rina that means she's even better than you may have initially thought when you watched her very long future title run. I feel like she is just probably one of their top 10 wrestlers. That's a tough list to break into, but she's something special, and again, like, just has another level of chemistry with SOK. I kind of want to see her take the belt off SOK at this point. I feel like she's more than ready for that. Also, this match had pulled off the insanely tricky thing of having a tie that felt natural, and where I believed up until the last minute someone was still going to win.
Yeah.
It just worked. It just worked. They had magic working in that ring right there. 4.5. Very impressive.
Then we had in Red Stars A, Saya Kamatani defeats Mai Sierra in 11:48. So Saya was still undefeated at this point, 6-0, 12 points, and May was down to 7 points. Not quite out of the running yet, again, depending on what happened on the next show, but her only hope, I think, was a tie break, that Hanan would lose, and it would force a playoff with her and Hanan, because they would have been both at 7 points, and they did a draw in their match. So, which Stardom has done before, so that wasn't out of the question. But yeah, fast-paced start to this one, as you probably expect. It does slow down a little bit with Saya taking over. There was this really cool spot where Saya went for the Kami Goe. May blocked it, but Saya just like immediately spun into a kick, all in one motion. Very cool spot. Later on, May came back with this huge release German. Then, after a strike exchange, got this big sit-out powerbomb for a close near fall, just as we got the 10-minute call. I always just kind of love that someone as tiny as May does a sit-out powerbomb. Just kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. She's deceptively strong.
Yeah. She nearly pins her with a cradle off a suplex attempt, then hits Saya with an enormous flying dropkick. But Saya cuts her off, hits the Star Crusher, gets the pin. Very good match, 3 3/4. And Saya officially locked up first place in Red A and the bye, no matter what happened in her match with B on the last night. So the only question remaining was if she would go undefeated or not, which she fucking should have, by the way. But anyway, yes, great, very good match, 3 3/4.
Yeah, I went 4 1/4 for it. I loved pretty much every minute of it. It was great that they also started with just doing a high-speed match, straight up. A reminder that Saya Kamatani had a dominant run with the high-speed belt as well. I kind of loved May selling here as well. We talk about, she's great in high speed. She's so good at giving moves. She's also a brilliant seller. She's about as full spectrum talent as you could ask for in a wrestler. Really good stuff here.
Main event, Blue Stars B. Sari defeated Momo Watanabe in 12:29. That moved up to 9 points. Basically, she wasn't cool because she beat Hanako, right? Yeah, she was basically through because the only person who could tie her was Hanako, and Hanako would have. Hanako already. No, Hanako match left. Yeah, she was basically through by winning this match, whereas Momo now needed help, basically. So, but yeah, this was first of all, the Sun God's theme song, Taiyo Shin, finally unmuted on the second to last block night. I don't know why that was so funny to me, but it's like somebody finally was like, "Hey, it kind of sucks that we have to mute her song all the time on Stardom World and pay-per-views. We should license the song or something." Someone else is like, "Well, is it kind of late for that? She's already come out like 6 times in the last week and a half." And somebody else is like, let's just do it. So they did, because it's so. Why wait until this point? It's just so weird.
She's been on Stardom before too, and they had no problem.
That's true too. Yeah.
So I don't know what happened.
All of a sudden,
I wouldn't ascribe any intention to it either, or that something changed. It could just be someone forgot to hit the mute button, or I'm just not going to do it and see if anyone notices.
It was 2 nights in a row, though. Otherwise, I'd agree with you. But they did it both nights. They suddenly had it unmuted. So I guess we'll see if it suddenly gets muted again. But Sari gets booed again. She sticks the IWGP in Momo's face, so Momo takes it and beats her with it. That was so awesome.
That rocked. I loved it.
Yeah. So the crowd just really gets on Sari for like kicking Momo repeatedly and choking her against the ropes. Then they boo her even louder when she gets Momo in a leg lock on the apron. Basically, because of course that's illegal, Sari. Can't put people in leg locks on the apron. It's like no one else would get booed for that. It was very funny.
It's like bringing a weapon into the ring.
Yeah. It's very... But yeah, it's funny that she keeps doing her clapping stuff while the crowd just boos her more and more. She's just like, I don't care, I'm still gonna clap. Just thought that was funny. She tosses a chair on Momo on the outside that gets even more boos. Momo at one point hits a fucking top rope spinning Uranage. Like, oh my god, that looked really cool. Then they just traded suplexes and both no-sold, and just lots of disgusting strikes in this match. They keep just trading big bombs. Sari finally comes back with a twisting Uranage after eating a bunch of offense from Momo, but Momo kicks out. Then we get the heel miscommunication, which is a thing in a lot of Momo's matches lately. This time it was Konami spraying her with the black spray by accident, and Sari hitting another Uranage for the pin. So shenanigans aside, this was awesome. This was 4 stars for me.
Oh, my favorite moment was Momo getting cheered when she brought a bat into the ring and smacked Sari with it. That rocked.
But leg locks on the apron, no go.
No, that's illegal, sir. I was salivating for this match when we did the preview. This was probably the match I was looking forward to the most, and it delivered, I'd say. Goodness. A little disappointed Momo lost, but as we get to in the preview, Momo has a chance for revenge later. So perhaps that's the plan here. Very entertaining match, very well executed. It's 2 of the best women wrestlers in the world going at it, and there's a fun dynamic with the crowd. Like, why would anyone not love this match?
Afterward, Momo and Sari were brawling. That turns into an all-out brawl between Hate and the indie scubbers, Chi-Chi and Miku Kanai.
That was another fun dynamic of this, is that Sari's seconds were brawling with Hate in the background while Momo and Sari were on the floor. That was really good, too.
But yeah, very good show, I thought. There's a lot of good stuff in this show. A lot of stuff I really liked. So, definitely the best of the 3 this week. The last night, the 5-star GP 2025, I don't know why I'm reading that, Sunday, August 17th, so earlier today, from Axe City Hamamatsu. So specifically, the Axe City Hamamatsu Exhibition and Event Hall Block 2. So that's like the smaller room, basically, in the same building that New Japan ran. Yeah. So did one... Oh, sorry.
So someone could have watched STARDOM in the morning and then stuck around for New Japan later. Is that the idea?
No, because New Japan show today was in Ariake Arena.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah. That show was last
That was
Wednesday.
A big brain fart. Ignore. Edit that out. Edit that out. Don't do any editing.
I don't really. I make our voices sound more even. That's about it. But.
Okay.
Well, I try to get up as quickly as possible. Because anyway, I don't want to say that in the air. 1,045 attendance. 1,045 attendance sellout. For comparison's sake, when they ran this building in April, they did 619 for a show where they Tam Nakano versus Hanan main event that was during Tam's retirement run too. And last year's 5-star show did 728. So up like 317 fans from last year. So yeah, they continue to be very hot outside of Tokyo right now. They're drawing some of their best crowds ever. I think this was a super no vacancy full house. So maybe they should have ran the bigger building. I mean, New Japan drew less than this in the bigger room for the house show I went to. I think they drew like 900 something. So
wow.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Let's see. It's the highest. This is also the highest. It's the Stardom cast gave these stats out, so shout out to them. It's the second highest overall, the 9 shows run in Hamamatsu this year, after only the G1 Climax show we talked about. So beat any other shows held in Hamamatsu.
That's really impressive. Wow.
Yeah, and there's obviously a bunch of promotions run Hamamatsu, not just New Japan Stardom. It's the highest attendance Stardom ever drew to the venue, which apparently, according to them, their best was 824 on August 26th as part of the 2022 5-star Grand Prix. It's also apparently the highest Joshi attendance at this venue in a quarter of a century. The last time any Joshi show was announced as being higher was Gaia Access G in July 2000, which was an announced crowd of 1,200, which, given how much Joshi promotions exaggerated, not just Joshi, all Japanese promotions exaggerated at the time. I mean, that huge round number of 1,200, they easily could have had less than 1,045. Mm-hmm. So, but it's at least the biggest number since that number. But unfortunately, the show they got had some weird stuff on it. I will say, I don't think it was a bad show or anything. I remember you were like kind of fighting with the people in the Voice Wrestling Discord when we were watching it live because they were like, I kind of agreed that they were being like a little overly grumpy. A few of them, but like the early part of it, I thought was like just kind of fine. And then there was a run of really good matches we'll get to that basically saved the show from being a disaster. But the main event was not very good either, as we'll get to. So, and the booking decisions, some of them were very weird. The opener, Blue Block A, Saya Ida defeated Yuria Hime in 7:42. And that moved her up to 8 points, which I guess kept her alive, maybe depending on some kind of wacky tiebreaker. No, she lost. Did she lose to Ami Sourei? She wasn't alive then.
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't alive. Sure yeah, so she was eliminated anyway. So there you go. But yeah, she did like it is a perfectly fine little opener, 3 stars. You know, you'll never guess what Saya did at the start of this match. She chopped the shit out of Yuria. So she had some very hard lariats too, including the one that put her away for the pin. So
yeah, like a flying lariat. I don't remember seeing Ida do something like that before.
Any other thoughts on this before we keep going?
Well, for one thing, we had the official edition of Yuria to Stars.
Yeah, that's
and she also got her official Welcome to Stars chop from Ida, which is very funny. Other than that, I really enjoyed this. I went slightly higher, 3 1/4. Really good energy to it, and I also was invested in seeing if this would be Yuria's first 5-star win, and it was not. We'll have to wait until next year for that.
Yep, she finishes 0-7. Then we had Tomoka Inaba defeating Rion, who also finishes 0-7. Tomoka gets up to 8 points. I thought this was all right. I went like 2 3/4. The problem is like Rion is really, really good at being an underdog, but Tomoka doesn't quite have the credibility to be like this domineering bully or like this, totally dominating wrestler like Natsupoi was in Rion's last match. So that probably didn't help. It didn't play into Rion's strengths, and it was like 2 3/4 star match. It was all right.
Okay, I went 3 flat. There was some really like fun offense from Rion in the closing stretch, and I also knew she was on 0 points, so I thought there might be a chance that this would be a big upset win for her. Not what happened, but hey, it was. I thought it was pretty good.
Then we had in Red Stars A, Waka Tsukiyama defeating Lady C in 6:39. So Waka actually gets her second one. She gets up to 4 points, and Lady C is stuck at 4 points. I thought for some reason Waka was even louder with her screaming than she normally is. Like she sounded like a fucking Mario character or something in there, where she's like every time she moves, she's like let's go. I'm like, Waka, what the fuck? Yeah, I thought this was a totally fine match. Again, the grumpy live people in the Voice Wrestling Discord seem to really hate it for some reason, but I thought it was like 3 stars.
It didn't matter.
Walker pinned her with her wacky double underhook thing. I thought it was fine. But maybe I'm just very easily entertained by Waka screaming. I don't know. She was just like she was in peak Waka scream mode in this match, which I found.
Well, we've talked a lot about selling on this show, right? We've talked about structuring your match around an injury that you're selling. We've talked about the subtleties and art to timing your selling and making sure to heighten the drama with a well-placed giving up of the knee or having to tap out suddenly. And there's an art to the whole thing, right? But for Waka, she just lets out a little yelp sometimes, and it's really funny. I think she's just as good, actually, at Takeshita at selling.
She's better than him in some of these fucking selling he was doing with that fucking thing.
This match was a hoot, by the way, and she won, so 3 1/4. Fuck the haters.
Blue Stars A, Aya Sakura defeats Miyu Amasaki in 3:59. So yeah, my big complaint with this was like I wanted this to get more time than 4 fucking minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it was real fast.
This was like, first of all, this was a peak adorable battle. I mean, these are like 2 of the most adorable wrestlers on the roster, so they deserve more time for that reason alone. Second of all, Aya rules, and I want to see if she gets something out of Miyu, who, when Miyu's in there with some people who are good, she can occasionally surprise. But yeah, it was so fucking quick. And Aya won with this, some new leg roll up thing she's doing. But yeah,
well, she debuted a cool flash pin, and that's really what the match was about, was getting that over. So,
but 2 3/4, I thought. I really wanted this to get more time. I was annoyed that it went so short.
I went Gentlewoman's 3 on it. In retrospect, do you remember that this was one of the matches we highlighted on the last day as maybe having an effect on the standings at the end? And
it did. No, it did.
Wait, it
so
did?
This was one of the ones I was really weirded out by. So remember, Miyu beat Ami. So Miyu was here with 6 points. So if Miyu had won, she would have been at 8 points and would have had a chance to move on if Ami lost to Bozilla. Now, when Miyu lost this match, I was thinking, okay, well, I guess Ami's going to lose to Bozilla then, but they still want her to advance. But it took all the drama out of that match because now we knew Bozilla and Ami both already had advanced. But once Miyu lost this, because Miyu can no longer retire, so that's why this booking made no sense. Now, obviously, I to spoil something later in the show, Ami fucking beat Bozilla anyway. So it doesn't fucking. So why the fuck they didn't just have Miyu win this match to keep her alive, to give Ami more drama, where Ami would have to beat Bozilla to get through, instead of just beating Bozilla to secure second place for herself, which means nothing compared to third place. It's the same fucking thing. They still have to do a match anyway, and give Soriano first place. She was fighting for Siori, basically. She was the stakes were high for me personally, but like otherwise no one else gives a shit. So, but yeah, it was just very, very weird. So, very weird booking here. I feel like I have to be fair and criticize their booking when it's weird, and this was weird.
Yeah. Well, like we were talking about earlier, though, I feel like this is a case of no one was really paying attention or trying to structure the show around that. So it's probably okay. I don't know. I'm not. I see what you're saying, though.
Yeah. For us nerds who were following along, I was like, what the fuck are you doing, guys? But anyway. Next one was Blue B. Sari defeats Momo Kogo in 6:28. So that moves Sari up to 11 points. She officially wins Blue B with this win. She locked up the top seed in the bye. Because I think someone could have caught her. Yeah, Suzu could have caught her. I think. I don't know. Could Suzu even caught her, actually? I don't even know. Did she already have it locked up? Yeah, Suzu could have got it because she had 8 points entering this. If Sari had lost and Suzu had won, she would have been past her. But yeah, Sari had already gotten the.
Oh, okay. Because they tied earlier in the tournament, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, no. So she would have been a point ahead of her.
A point, yes, because they had tied earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So Sari, Sari wins this and locks up the bye. Anyway, basically, there's a long extended squash. She beat her with the Yanage. I thought it was fine. Gentlewoman's 3.
Yep, it was fine. Heroic effort from Komomo. You'll get him next time.
Blue B, Hina beats Hanako in 7:53 with the Bad Splash, which is hilariously auto-translated as Mud Splash by Google Translate. Way to go, Google. But yeah, this eliminated Hanako because Hanako had 7 points and, officially made it impossible for her to catch anybody. So, poor Hanako.
Yep, quick competitive match. I kind of thought Hanako was going to win here to get a future title match.
I think it set Momo through too. By the way, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that wouldn't have surprised me, I guess. But she already had a future title shot against Miyu earlier. Maybe they think she's already above that point. I don't know.
Or they may think that Hina is just that far above Hanako at the moment, and she's not a worthwhile challenger right now. That's closer to how I feel, to be honest. Yeah. Hanako, I think, is she's kind of had a rough tournament so far.
She's very tall.
She is very tall, though.
Hina, Velky would remind us, she is very tall. Hina, powering her up for some of these suplexes, I thought was really impressive looking. So that was cool. I thought this was the best match on the show to this point. I went 3 1/4 and let Hanako finally play to her strengths a little bit after the last few matches, where she got to just be the big obstacle for Hina to get through. But yeah, 3 1/4. It's not like I loved it or anything, but it was pretty good. You didn't like it that much, I'm guessing.
No, oh, sorry. I kind of already gave my opinion because I completely mistimed the tone in your voice told me you were wrapping up, and then I realized halfway through talking, oh shoot. So
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, three flat. I enjoyed it.
Suzu Suzuki, Blue B, defeats Rana Yagami in 7:28 with a German suplex hold. This was the new best match on the show up to this point because this was a good match. 3.5 stars. She beat her with the German suplex hold and taunted and slapped her afterwards for fun. Enjoyed the heck out of this match.
Yep. Very strike heavy match. Really enjoyed that. And Rana also is very aggressive at the start. And yeah, it just worked. Look, I feel like I'm describing some matches that are basically the same over and over again. Here's yet another example of the underdog comes in with an aggressive attempt to try and smother the higher level wrestler, and it doesn't work out for them. Their offense ends up getting dismantled and countered, and they lose in the end. But it's a formula that works, and we see it a lot. And that's why we see it a lot. So, good stuff here.
Then we had that puts Caesar at 10 points, by the way. I think that wrapped up Blue B at that point. Yeah, so Blue B was over at that point. So we knew the 3 people advancing, which were it was Serene first, 5-1-1 for 11 points. Suzu Suzuki second, 4-1-2 for 10 points. Momo Watanabe third, 4-3 for 8 points. Then just below them, Hanako had 7 points. Rana, Kanami, and Hina all had 6 points. And Momo Kogo finished last with 2 points. So there's your Blue B final standings. Then we get to Red Block A. Hanan defeats Yuna Mizumori in 6:44. Hanan needed a single point here to clinch her spot in the playoffs, but she beat her and got up to 9 points to get that spot. So I thought the early part where they were doing these high-speed exchanges, or trying to, I should say, was not great. They were like really struggling with it, especially like struggling to get over the ropes at one point and not quite able to get over them. They did recover pretty well, though, after the rough start, probably because they just wrestled at that point instead of doing the high-speed spots. Hina got a nice lariat, or not Hina. Yuna got a nice lariat on Hanan, but Hanan came back and pinned her with the Lamages roll soon after that. So 2 3/4. Given the rough start, I thought it was just okay.
Yeah, I guess I was slightly higher than that, but I don't have a lot of notes. I thought this was a really back and forth match that felt very even, and anyone could have taken it. It kind of makes sense in the end that the one who won it with her flash pin.
Now, here's the part where we get into the part of the show where they really start to go into overdrive, thankfully. Red B, the block that I was sure would be the best block that you were hating on before the block started. So, who was right about that one?
Yeah, you probably were. I haven't looked too closely.
Red B, definitely the best block. So Sayaka Kurara, she gets a big upset win over Azumi here in 9 minutes and 6 seconds. Azumi could have won the block outright. She'd already advanced before this match, but she could have won the block outright and gotten the bye with a win here. And instead she lost. So she kind of choked a little bit here against Sayaka. And Sayaka played spoiler, got up to 4 points. This match fucking ruled. So Sayaka, she tried to go after Azumi with drop kicks to start, but then it quickly turned into Azumi fucking kicking the shit out of her with the soccer ball kicks and stomping her repeatedly. Just dominating this to the first 5 minutes. Sayaka, though, finally comes back with the rear naked choke. Azumi makes the ropes to break after a struggle. I thought she sold it pretty well, too. And I know people get on Azumi for a lack of selling sometimes. And she does sort of have those tendencies, I'd say Osprey-esque, where she can,
Takeshita-esque?
Takeshita-esque, where she can go into, forget to sell mode. But, I think she did some good selling here, especially for the choke. She takes... And again, I'm not saying Azumi doesn't roll, because Azumi rolls. But anyway, don't want anybody to take it like that. But if there is a critique of her, it is that she can go into, I'm going to run around and not sell mode quite a bit.
Nope. What I'm hearing is John hates Azumi.
She actually is like one of my favorite
wrestler.
She's like one of my favorite wrestlers. Stardom. I don't want anyone to think I think she sucks. I mean, anyway, I can be critical of my faves. It's okay. Azumi takes Sayaka's head off with a kick that gets a close near fall. Then she heads up top and hits the diving double foot stomp. Sayaka just barely kicks out against these like 2.9s in this match are great. She rolled through the Azumi Sushi, and that got a super, super close near fall. I mean, the ref's hand was so close to hitting the mat with the 3. Then she hits the Tokimeki Spear, gets a cradle of her own, and that gets the pin. Yep, that rocked. 4 stars. Very great match here, and the show desperately needed it at this point, honestly. So thank you to these two queens here for starting the turnaround with a 4-star match. The Unicorn Queen and the Cybercat Queen.
Cybercat Queen, yeah, there we go. I also really enjoyed this. I also went 4 stars flat. Don't have a lot more to say about it than what you already covered, other than just to comment about Kurara in general. I think she has really come into her own. She's great. She is. God, they can put her in more main events at this point. There was a sense that maybe they were kind of pushing her a little harder than what she was ready for a little while there. But she constantly delivers. Helps that Azumi is also one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Yeah. I mean, look, she again she was in a great block. She had a lot of great opponents, but she held up her end in all those matches. So, like,
did.
She was really good in this tournament. Red Stars B. Natsupoi defeats Starlight Kid in 10:39 with the Fairy Magic. I mean, this is, again, one of my most anticipated matches of the tournament. A rematch from basically the match that made me a regular Stardom fan again, like a watch every show Stardom fan again last year, where that match at Dream Queendom hit me at the exact right moment where I wasn't really enjoying anything else from wrestling. And that show in general, but especially that match, was just like, okay, I really have to like lock it on Stardom again. No more checking in on them every few months or whatever. Like, I have to really watch every show because it was so much better than anything else I was watching at that point. But yeah, thanks to Azumi losing, this was now winner takes the block, loser is out completely, because they're both at 8 points entering this. If they drew, we would have gone to Crazy Town because we would have had a 4-way 9-point tie, and I have no idea how they would have broken that. I think it would have ended with Rena out. I think, but that's based on like really like a lot of assumptions on how they would have chosen to do the tiebreaker there. So I don't know.
Oh, so this was the main event, right?
No, there's 2 more matches. It should have been the fucking main event. I scared the shit out of Nicole. I'm sorry, girlfriend. You scared the crap out of her, screaming into the mic, screaming as she walked by. Yeah, Poi beat Starlight Kid, like I said, in 10:39. They both stared at each other to start. But then they both smile at each other, and then Poi hits the spinning back kick, and Starlight Kid cuts her off by going straight for her leg, as usual. And she works over the leg. Poi does a really good job not getting her usual like speed and momentum for the running drop kick against the ropes. Really great, like subtle selling from Poi there. They fought out to the apron. Poi like gave her a German just after the 5-minute call, then did a dive off the top to the floor. Starlight Kid came back and got the twisting splash back in the ring for a 2 count, but Poi countered a Tiger Suplex and went for the Fairy Magic, but Starlight Kid very near, like did a cutback and very nearly got the pin. Super, super close near fall. That was great. Poi hit her own twisting splash. That got a 2 count. Starlight Kid came back with the Tiger Suplex hold for 2, then went for the Black Tiger Leg Killer. And amazing fucking selling from Poi here, just screaming her head off. She fights her way free finally, manages to somersault her way out of it. There's this like little somersault roll. And then Poi hits 2 spin kicks with the good leg, but goes to the wall too many times. She gets taken down by Starlight Kid, straight into the leg killer again. But Poi escapes when Starlight Kid tries to roll her from the ropes, and like all in one motion just spins her right into the Fairy Magic, and that gets the pin. Incredible finish. Mm-hmm. Awesome fucking match. I don't care that it barely went over 10 minutes. It's 4 and a quarter. And she wins the block, and Starlight Kid is out. So I was very happy with the result, obviously, as a Poi Natsu Story fan, but just a really, really enjoyable match. And these two just had magic together. I mean, what else is there to say about it?
Yeah, it was a hell of a match. I also went 4 and a quarter. Hard to add anything else to what you said here. It was an insanely quick, very even back and forth match. The kind of thing where it goes 10 minutes and you really don't even want to blink.
Then we had Blue Block A, which was Amy Soray and Bozilla. So this was the weird one where now Bozilla was fighting for the block she would have won the block if she had won. But Ami was really not fighting for anything except the honor of Soriano, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she was fighting to get a pat on the head from Suri later for helping her. Like, I don't know what she was fighting for here. But yeah, she did beat Bozilla. So whatever she was fighting for, she got it. She beat her in 12-24. So that moved.
Not many
Ami
people
up.
can say they've beat Bozilla, so I guess that's sufficient.
True. That was Bozilla's first loss in the tournament too. So. Because she had 2 draws and 5 wins, I believe, or 4 wins, I mean. So, but yeah, so Bozilla stays at 10 points. Ami also stays at 10 points, and Sayori had 11. Ami moves to 10 points, and Sayori had 11 points. So Sayori wins the block. Ami finishes second for the tiebreaker, and Bozilla finishes third. Then we had in that block Saya Ida with 8 points, Uraka with 7, Miyu Amasaki with 6, Aya Sakura with 4, and Yuri Hime with 0. And I didn't give the Red B standings either when that was also officially over. So Red B, Poi won the block with 10 points. Azumi and Rina both had 9 points. Azumi gets second, and Rina gets third because Azumi beat Rina. And then Tora, Starlight Kid, and Tomoka Inaba all had 8 points. Saigakura had 4 points, and Rion had 0. So there's your Red B standings. Guess who the bye went to in this block? Went to Poi. Bye, Poi.
To Poi.
Bye, Poi.
Oh, God.
You didn't even get what I was going with it.
I did not track that. I was distracted because I was pulling up the bracket for the playoff tournament, mentally preparing myself to discuss that because, frankly, I don't have much to say about the match after this. And you hit me with the fucking bye Poi. God damn it.
Bye Poi. Yes.
What the hell is bye Poi?
Bye Poi Tanani, as they would say. Somebody put together a great, because obviously everybody, I've talked about the famous bye Poi, I think it was the same guy actually, the Rolling Andy guy. He has a great bye Poi montage on YouTube, and he put together another bye Poi montage that's just what is bye Poi Tanani, people yelling bye Poi Tanani, and one of them was one I had never seen before, where Azumi says the bye Poi, and this was back when she was still in Queen's Quest, and it's Saya Kamatani who kind of just blinks and looks at her and goes in that like kind of deep voice in her. Bye Poi Tanani. Like she's just very like, what? Like what is that? I just thought that was just really, really funny the way she delivered that line. Like she was very understated. Because usually when people say that, like when Tam especially used to say that, she would fucking scream it. And like Starlight Kid screamed it once in that but Saya Kamatani was very understated about it. She's just like, what is bye Poi? Like what is that? But nobody knows what bye Poi is. It's just bye Poi. But yes, Ami Soray defeats Bozilla in 12-24. This was a very good match. Another one for Bozilla in this tournament. So she manages to power Ami up into the Styles Clash from basically a sunset flip position when Ami had been trying to sunset flip her. That was super impressive. I mean, Ami, not a small woman. I mean, she's 5'7", 5'7" herself, and also very thick and powerful. So Bozilla being able to power up into the Styles Clash looked very impressive. Bozilla got a sleeper after that, but Ami was able to kick her way to the ropes. Bozilla hits this enormous German later, but Ami fires up and no sells and hits this big lariat for a 2 count. But Bozilla catches her coming off the ropes for the Death Valley Driver for a 2 count. Ami though cuts her off on the middle rope, hits this sick powerbomb on Bozilla off the middle rope. Bozilla looked like she fucking bounced off the fucking mat. That was a crazy powerbomb. Charges in the corner with the clothesline just to get the 3 minutes remaining call, and she hits the Fire Thunder Driver after setting her up on the ropes, the Like Thunder, and that gets the pin. 3 3/4. Very good match here.
Yep, very, very good match. Hard to add anything beyond that. I was actually I will add this as well. I was kind of surprised how much offense Ami got in this, but it makes sense. Not only did she get the win, this is also Bozilla finally fighting someone her own size, and coming out wanting.
Yeah, that is something. The main event. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. I was trying to think, like, why did I say that was something?
The last match. We don't know if we should call it the main event.
Oh my god. The main event.
Oh, John, what did you think of the match?
B. Priestley defeats Saya Kamatani in 13 minutes and 6 seconds with the Queen's Landing. Why the fuck? Look, I didn't think this was like horrible, but after the last 3 matches were so fucking great, the idea of sending out fucking B. Priestley, who's done nothing in this entire tournament, to follow those 3 was insane, and the match was for nothing.
Yeah, this wasn't even win and get in for B, was it?
B was in already. So all this got her was second place in the block, which doesn't fucking mean anything. Second and third is the same fucking thing. You both have to face somebody in the other block before you get to in a fucking first round, before you get to the quarterfinals. So I don't know. And why the fuck would you waste Saya Kamatani's first fucking loss in, I think, a year in Stardom? Because she lost her first loss was actually to Kohaku in Wave recently when she lost the Wave title. That was like a few weeks ago. But her first loss in Stardom was here to B. Priestley. And B's been a big nothing. I mean, I'm sure she's a very nice woman, but like she's been nothing in this tournament. I mean, she just really hasn't done anything interesting. So, incredibly boring match for a lot of it. The only highlights I thought was this cool Avalanche Falcon Arrow they did. I mean, that kept it out of like being even worse, maybe. But yeah, 2.5 star match. I don't know what the point of this was. I don't know what the point of having B beat Saya as Saya's first loss in this tournament and in general and forever was. Her first singles loss, I should say. Just like, this was not good. This was not good. Yeah. It was a completely weird thing to end. It ended this fucking show that had gotten off that great stretch on a wet fucking fart. And was a rare lately for the Stardom bookers, a rare, really baffling booking decision here. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe there's lore here because B and Saya used to both be in Queen's Quest together.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna waste a fucking Saya Kamatani title defense on B Priestley too, that's not a good thing.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
That's happening. I figure that's the pay-per-view in September. I think there's also zero chance B wins. But goodness, they're going to have to struggle uphill to make it interesting. Yeah, I kind of tuned this match out a bit. This failed the Uma Musume test, so let's move on.
Then we have Oh, I know. We have nothing. Red A.
Yeah,
Red A standing. That was the fucking main event, yes. Saya Kamatani finishes 6-1 for 12 points. She gets the bye. B. Priestley finishes second, 5-2, 10 points. Hanan finishes third, 4-2-1 and 9 points. Then it's Bay Sierra with 7 points, Azusa Inaba with 6, Lady C with 5, and Yuna Mizumori and Waka Tsukiyama with 4. Yuna beat Waka, so Waka finishes last place. Let's preview the upcoming playoffs. So there are 4 playoff rounds. Korakuen Hall this Wednesday. That show the tickets were moving pretty well for that last time I checked. I might as well check again right now. But this looks like it's going to do quite a bit better than the last 5-star Korakuen show did. Let's see, Wednesday Korakuen. Oh yeah, they're down to only a few remaining in A and B, which are the 2 biggest sections. But yeah, S is sold out, front row sold out, C is sold out, so only A and B left, which is like probably most of the oranges. So, and again, only a few remaining. So they probably will sell it out by Wednesday. If not, it'll be really close. So definitely will do better than the last Korakuen 5-star show did. But yeah, this has the first 2 rounds, the first round and the quarterfinals. The red bracket, the red side of the bracket is the B. Let's look at the other ticket site. They're actually sold out completely on Ticketpia. So there you go. red side of the bracket. B. Priestley, who finished second in A, faces Rena, who finished third in B. And then the winner of that later on that night faces Natsupoi, who finished first in B. The other red part of the bracket is Azumi in B2, facing Hanan, who is A3. And the winner of that faces Sayaka Matani later that night in the quarterfinal, who was first place in A. Okay, so let's give our predictions for this. B versus Rena, winner faces Natsupoi. I would much rather see a Rena Natsupoi rematch. Unfortunately, I think B is going to win that.
Yep,
especially since they're going to keep.
Yeah, they'll keep B strong for a challenge.
Especially since Poi already beat Rena in the tournament. Yeah. So I think she is going to move on. So yeah, so I think probably what's going to happen is B beats Rena, and then Poi will beat B to move on to the semifinal, I think.
I'm going to have B beat Rena and B also beat Poi. I know. I don't like it either. I don't like it. Hey, if it's any comfort, I was one of the losers of the G1 Pick'ems in the Super J-Cast Discord, so I don't know why anyone should listen to me. I'm terrible at this prediction shit.
So let's just to keep track of this so far. So I have Poi as my first semifinalist. You have B.
Yep.
The other Saf, Azumi versus Hanan. Winner faces Sayaka Matani. Unfortunately, I would love Azumi to go on a run here. I think this is set up for Hanan. I think she beats Azumi, and then she beats Sayaka Matani, who beat her earlier in the 5-star, and I think she moves on to the semifinal against Poi.
Yep, 100%. I agree, except for the Poi part.
Yeah, you have it as B.
I have it as B.
For the first semifinal, I have it as Poi versus Hanan. You have it as B versus Hanan.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, Azumi losing would also fucking free her up to go to fucking Forbidden Door on Sunday and fucking be in that stupid fucking 4-way match. So everybody rejoice about that.
But wait, doesn't she have to win the traditional women's 4-way match to qualify?
I don't know. Are they making them do that? I thought CMLL was just like, yeah, we're sending Perez. How the fuck do you pronounce her name? I don't even know. The one they always send to everywhere with the P.
With the P?
You know, yeah, P.
Persephone?
Persephone, thank you. I was going to say something much worse, but I was
going
to pronounce.
What were you going to?
Not like a slur. Not like a slur or anything. I was going to mispronounce the name completely. Is there a P word slur? I don't even know.
You're making it sound like there sure is one. I don't know. It sounds like you know more about slurs than I do.
I really can't think of one actually. But yeah, so Poi versus Hanan. And B versus Hanan is what we have, and then Azumi can just fucking show up and start and be like, yeah, or in AW and be like, yep, I'm here to fucking not win the fucking TBS title because we got to get somebody started on the show in the dumbest way possible. So,
maybe this gets the New Japan Strong title off of her, right? Because there's no.
I don't think it's for the Strong title.
It's not. I know it's not. It's what I'm suggesting is maybe they get it off her as part of the match, or she offers it as part of the match, so it becomes like a double title match.
Oh, I don't know. I doubt it.
I don't know what the point of that belt is anymore, so I'm just saying.
In case they ever start running American shows again, I guess.
I guess.
I hope they don't, by the way. Blue brackets. We have Amy Sore, who's the second place in A, facing Momo Watanabe, who's third place in B. The winner of that faces Sari, who's first place in B. And then we have Suzuki, who's second place in B, against Bozilla, who's third place in A. And the winner of that faces Yuri Ano, who's first place in A. This one feels a little hard to me than the red.
Yep.
Ami versus Momo. So Ami versus Sari would be an interesting first-time match. Momo versus Sari would give Momo a chance to go for revenge against Sari, who beat her during the actual tournament.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna go with Momo there. I think she wins. I think Ami already kind of got elevated by.
Oh, you're putting on the clown makeup?
I'm putting on the clown makeup. I think Momo beats Ami.
Okay. I am also putting on the clown makeup.
And then Momo versus Sari. Actually, let's see who goes to the other side before we do that. So Suzu versus Mozilla. Winner faces Sayori. I think that's clearly Mozilla because Bozilla and Siori had that awesome draw, and I feel like that sets up for the rematch here. And it's interesting that Suzu and Bozilla are facing off when they're in the same unit too, and I wonder if that will lead to anything. But either way, I think Bozilla wins, and then she faces Siori in the rematch, and I think Siori beats her this time. So I think Siori moves on.
Yeah, I forgot about the draw that Bozilla had with Siori. I'm gonna pick Suzu mostly out of sentimentality.
And then Suzu versus Siori.
And then that feels impossible to pick.
I know, it's a hard one.
Siori.
And then Ami, we both have Momo versus Suri in the other quarterfinal to face Siori. I'm going to say Suri wins. I don't think she's going home that early.
I'm going to say Momo wins. I'm putting on more clown makeup.
There you go. Oh, actually, didn't Suri beat her in the 5-star?
Suri beat Momo? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you. Actually, I think Momo wins, and then they do a third match as a rubber match for the title.
For the title. That. Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
So okay, so our two semifinals then. We both have the same thing. We both have Momo versus Siori. So who wins the blue semifinal? And I should say the semifinals then take place on Saturday. So next Saturday, the 23rd at Old Award Gym. That is a pay-per-view, by the way.
Yep.
I believe both these shows will have VOD on English on demand.
Yep. And they'll do the semifinals at the beginning of the show and then the finals at the end. So
yeah. So Momo versus Siori. I'm sticking with Siori. I think she wins.
All right, I'm putting on the little red clown nose. I'm going to say Momo wins.
All right. And then red, you have B versus Anon. I have Poi versus Anon. I think they're going to tease us with Poi and Siori in the final. I think they're going to take it away. I think Hanan wins.
Yeah, I think Hanan wins as well. Hanan's in the final.
Yeah. And then Hanan versus Siori, which feels like a great final where I could see either one winning. I think Siori wins. And finally gets her. This is her moment, and she obviously very biased here. Huge Soriano fan. It just feels like now or never for me, and I think she's winning this tournament.
I'm gonna say Hanan wins over Momo.
There you go. So
another heartbreaker for Momo, by the way.
You got Hanan winning the tournament over Momo. I have Siori winning the tournament over Hanan. So there you go. Those are our tournament predictions. Either way, there's a lot of good stuff to look forward to, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how it goes here. All right. So let's wrap this episode up, which I think is almost 4 hours long already, even though we didn't have that many topics.
We covered like half the number of topics that we did in our 5-hour episode, and we still couldn't go that much shorter.
There was a lot to talk about, I guess. And we also bullshitted a bunch again. So.
Well, we had so much discourse we had to cover.
That's true. So, back to the G1 Climax. So now I'm going to give my average star rating rankings and talk a little bit about each wrestler's tournament and what I thought of it throughout. The fucking theme of this is going to be that the people who had the best tournaments did not get rewarded remotely in their pushes. But A block, first of all, I kept it running average of both blocks, but in total, A block quite a bit better than B for me, even with having two house members doing all the wacky bullshit. So A with a 3.43 average overall to B with a 3.31. So A has definitely had a B, and that matches pretty much. Sometimes I do these average ratings, it doesn't match how I feel, and it's just kind of like, oh, something weird happened there with numbers or something, or some really low match drag something down. If anything, I think I enjoyed A by a bigger disparity than that, because A was a lot better than B, I thought. I mean, B losing Gabe Kidd, for as much as it's easy to make fun of him now, did hurt them from a work rate standpoint. Mm-hmm. And they just didn't, I don't know. There's a lot of nights for B where it just didn't work for me. And if it wasn't for Zack Sabre Jr., that block would have really been in trouble. Whereas A, as we're going to go into, had a lot of people who I enjoyed.
Is it a hot take to say that not only did I enjoy A block a ton in the G1 and it carried the G1 for me, I think I enjoyed A block in its entirety more than I have the 5-star, at least the group stage.
Yeah,
there was a lot of tremendous talent in that group.
I
think it was also eye-opening for some of the talent.
Yeah, I can't quite go that far, especially since it ended on such a fucking sour note. Maybe if they had sent through some of these people I loved, I would have
Oh yeah,
fucking
and I'm
felt
not
different.
saying that it carried
Yeah,
the G1 to that extent. I'm just
yeah,
saying A block by itself,
yeah.
ignoring the
Start.
playoffs and the finals.
Yeah. So starting out first place, Yuya Uemura, 3.97 average for me. What a fucking tournament this guy had. I
Holy
mean,
shit.
2 matches I put at 4.5 with Taichi and with David Finlay. Another 2 4.25 with Tanahashi and Yota Tsuji. That Tsuji match just felt like such a great, like, look at us, we're here moment. And again, that match where that crowd treated them like main eventers, and you can say all you want that the crowd is dwindling and all that, but that match, the crowd treated them like 2 main eventers finally.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that match might have been like the biggest indication that you really should have just run with these 2 fucking guys, because it is ridiculous that they didn't put Yuya through in this fucking tournament. I'm just completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So 3.97 out for Yuya. He looked like such a polished wrestler. He found so many interesting ways to get into the deadbolt. He did such great work with the arm in this match and did some amazing submission work and mat wrestling where it felt like he was really trying to put people away, and he was really struggling to win matches, not just do flashy moves for the sake of flashy moves, the way the New Japan House style could lean towards in previous years. So, I saw some talk of that online, that like this felt like a new moment for the New Japan House style, and I think Yuya was one of the ones leading the way in that moment. So, outstanding tournament for him. My favorite wrestler in the entire tournament, and a tragedy that he did not make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page on that. I would also add that I think he has the best opening to his matches out of anyone. When he gets to just do a little technical wrestling, a little of that silky smooth, arm throws that he'll do, he just looks like a star, and he is so much fun to watch. And yes, very inventive, great babyface aura. You could not ask for more from a star than what Yuya is providing. And my cope reason for why he did not advance is the booking committee, when they were booking this whole tournament out earlier this year, like well before they were watching his performances, told themselves, well, we want to make sure Yuya can go a whole G1 without getting injured, which he hasn't done yet. So
that's true.
Right, that's not a bad reason too, right? So make sure, because he has had injury problems in the past. So, and now that he lasted a whole G1, he should just win the next one.
My second place in the block was Taichi at 3.92. I mean, again, I ranted and raved about him getting eliminated so early last week when he just had such an outstanding tournament. He's like the one old man they just fucking refuse to book, which is just, I don't know. It's just completely ridiculous that they refuse to give this guy any kind of push at all. He was outstanding in this tournament. Just so many standout matches. 4.5 with Yuya, 4.25 with Tanahashi, 4.25 with Tsuji, 4.25 with Finlay, 4 flat with Oiwa, and then some 3 3/4 too. And just outstanding tournament for him. Just consistently excellent. Again, one of the best wrestlers in the entire tournament, and just somebody who I absolutely loved watching throughout the entire thing. And I wish he had gotten way more respect in this tournament than he did.
Do you think this is his last G1?
I'm sure it probably is. It's fucking bullshit. So
Yep. It looked like it was his last G1. I will say credit. One reason that I was probably willing to give the G1 a little more slack than you were was because I thought the storytelling they did to get Taichi into the G1 was very effective. And his match against Ishii at the end of the qualifiers was as good as anything he was doing in the G1. It's a shame that they don't value him enough to make him stronger, make him a better wall for the young wrestlers to overcome. And he feels very likely to just not factor into the next G1 at all.
Third place, I have David Finlay at 3.78, so a little bit of a drop off. And I should say, for any of the people who advanced, I did not include their playoff matches in these averages because, keep it fair and have everybody wrestle the same number of matches, and the playoffs don't count for the averages. But yeah, Finley 3.78 average in his block matches. Very good tournament for him again. Pretty much what you come to expect from him. Maybe even a little bit under what I expected from him, which is just how great he's been the last year and a half. Like, he took a bit to get going almost in real life, just like he did in kayfabe. But at the end of the day, he came through with a lot of great performances and, had a great tournament. So great job by Finley. Really helped keep the A block at a high level throughout the tournament. So best match being his match with Yuya, which was just fucking awesome.
Yep, that. Besides the heartbreak of Yuya not going in, if you're going to eliminate Yuya, having it against Finley in that match is the way to do it. So, great fucking stuff right there. I think he's a close second in my mind in best wrestler to ZSJ, or maybe Yuya. I could go back and forth on that, frankly. But he is just an incredible seller, but also very inventive in all of his offense. I just love watching him work.
Fourth place, Yoda Tsuji, 3.53. So again, another drop here. But, he had a good tournament. I mean, he didn't blow me away, work rate rise, but he had enough really good performances. He's dragged down by a fucking clunker with Callum at 2.5 stars and another clunker with Sonata at 2.25. That makes his average seem worse than it was to me. But he had some really great matches with Taichi and Yuya and Oiwa and Finley that were all 4+. So just, and some other solid stuff. So yeah, he had a good tournament. And more importantly, like when you look at the New Japan fan reaction, especially to when he got eliminated by Shingo and having Takeshi to win, it really felt like they were saying more than anything, like, we wanted Tsuji in the spot, not Takeshita, which is probably a good sign for him.
Yeah. I do have a hot take that I would have rather seen. Well, this part is not a hot take. I would have rather have seen Yuya in Tsuji's spot in the playoffs. Now, most people would say, well, why not both? And I think it's because Tsuji at this point is very well established as a main eventer. He didn't really need to advance to the playoffs, especially just to get eliminated by Evil. I think it would have made a lot more sense to have Yuya in that spot as well, get him to the semifinals, and that gives him a little more credibility that he didn't have already. It feels like having Tsuji in that spot, like nothing advanced. We're still in the same spot yet again.
If not only did he not advance, he got less far than he did last year. So
that's true too. It would have been better to have him eliminated before the playoffs.
Yuya would have felt like more of a step forward for sure. Fifth place, Ryohei Oiwa, 3.42. He was good. He had a good tournament. This is rounds out the top half of A block. I have him higher than all but 2 people in B block, so to show you the gap between A and B. But yeah, his problem was more like he peaked with like 3 different 4-star flat matches for me against Taichi, Yuya, and Tsuji, and all those matches were great, but he just didn't quite have the real top end stuff that the people above him had. So I liked his tournament a lot. I thought he did a lot of cool stuff. I thought his the grip looked really good in some of these closing stretches. When early on the tournament, that was my complaint, that it wasn't a good move for closing stretches, but I thought he got way better at that as the tournament went along. But yeah, there's definitely stuff to build upon here. Especially, he looked like he took a step forward after I thought he had a pretty sleepy year for the rest of the year, where he really, even what few opportunities he was getting, I didn't think he was delivering very well. Here, it felt like he did deliver in his opportunities. So,
yeah, I agree with that assessment. This was a step forward for him. I didn't watch his run in Noah, so hearing the hype coming in and then watching the actual result felt like there was a bit of a gap. But now I totally get it, because there definitely is a gap. Okay,
between what he was doing and what he was doing here.
But I see the hype now. There was a part of me that thought, he seems like the type of guy who's going to top out at Never Champion. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think there's enough here that you can definitely see him being even headlining a Wrestle Kingdom. That's years down the line, but I see it now.
Yeah, totally. I think it's very possible now. Sixth place, Bolton Oleg with 3.33. Again, I think some people really liked his tournament a lot more than I did. He peaked at 4 stars with the Tanahashi match, and that was his only 4+ match for me. I like Bolton. I enjoy watching him. He just never got he didn't put on any work rate bangers, I guess, is what I'm coming down to. I mean, I thought
that's not really his style, though. I think
it's not really his style. Yeah, so it's not really a complaint. More is just he's not going to do great in these averages, I guess. But I mean, so 3.33 is not horrible or anything. He finished 6th place, so yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I hear that rating though, and I think I feel he was better than that, even though I couldn't tell you exactly how. I love the work Bars is doing right now. I think he's been a great champion, and yeah, he does a lot of short matches, but also he's a big burly guy. It totally makes sense that he's not going to deliver an epic because he's just too cool and too tough to get to the point of the match where it's even going to last that long. He's going to finish y'all way before then. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Do you think they're ever going to turn him heel, or is he just way too nice a guy? Because it feels like it's the latter.
Yeah, I think they should keep him face. He seems too nice to play a heel.
Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't seem to be in him, and it's working for me. I kind of like where he's at.
7th place, Hiroshi Tanahashi, 3.31, so very close to Bolton. So Tana had 3 outstanding matches: 4.25 with Taichi, 4.25 with Yuya, 4 flat with Bolton. He had another really good one with Finley on 3 3/4 on, but he was dragged down by the 2 house matches. I thought he had 2 of the worst house matches of the tournament, especially a Sonata match at Korakuen was fucking one of my least favorite matches. Definitely my least favorite A block match and one of my least favorite matches of the entire tournament. So I don't know. It was short, and then they botched stuff too, and it just wasn't good at all. So that drags his average down here, even though I thought he had a pretty damn good tournament. So
that he just survived as a win.
Yeah,
yeah.
He could. He overperformed my expectations.
Yeah,
he overperformed my expectations. Yeah.
Yep, he did. Yeah, that he had matches that were highlights at all feels like a miracle. That he survived was a miracle. God, there's a part of me that just wants Tanahashi to retire already, just so that my poor guy can rest. He won't admit it, but he is tired, and it's very obvious.
4 months, buddy. We're going to be there.
I know.
8th place, Evil, 3.19. Just funny the way you said, I want him to retire already. I'm like, well, it sounds like you're asking for him to retire. And it's
no, well, I think I'm just saying that watching him drag himself over the finish line, there's an element of pathos to it, right? Yeah. That he knows he has to, still force his body to deliver to crowds kind of expecting the big epic Tanahashi, and that's just increasingly impossible for him.
8th place, Evil, 3.19. I thought Evil was fine for a lot of this tournament. I know he gets a lot of shit. I thought his comedy was funny. He had 1 banger with Finley that went 4 stars on. He had a very good match with Yuya, went 3 3/4 on that everybody else seemed to hate. And he had a bunch of other stuff I liked. I mean, the Tsuji match, the Oiwa match, the Taichi match. I liked all the 3 of those matches, went 3.5 on them. I mean, what do you want me to do? The low lights were Tanahashi and Bolton, where those matches did not work at all towards the end. So he ended kind of weakly, but then he was great in the final, as we went over earlier. So, take a bow, Evil. The King of Darkness deserves a little bow there. He's not the one who books this shit either, by the way.
Yeah, he was perfectly cromulent. It is noticeable, by the way. Notable that he didn't main event any shows, and he still was a finalist. That's a little odd.
I was gonna say until the final.
Until the final, yeah. But you know how you do strength of booking as part of your previews for the grand for the God. I wanted to say 5-star Grand Prix. That's not it.
All that stuff is J. Michael, by the way. He puts all that in, and I just have to write my text. It's great.
I do sometimes wonder if somebody in New Japan started reading some of J. Michael's previews and stats and went, shit, we got to really be more unpredictable. And that's part of how we get Evil in the final? I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, so I don't know. I was going to say something about Evil. Oh, I said Evil doesn't book New Japan. I mean, we all know who actually books New Japan, right?
Right. Kikuchi.
Oh, I was gonna say Tony Khan.
But... Okay. That might have been a funnier joke rather than me giving almost a straight answer.
I mean, because Tony Khan, we put out that hilarious statement where he's like, "Please tell the papers that I did not put Evil in the final." It's like,
wait,
that was not me.
What? Sorry,
you didn't see it.
What is this?
So Fightful put out a report last night when people were bitching about how bad the final was, and I didn't. Again,
like the final of the G1.
The final of the G1.
Tony Khan was commenting on the final of the G1. What?
No, not officially. But where else is Sean Ross Sapp going to get this from? Sean Ross Sapp suddenly reports so Tony Khan's sitting at home texting Sean Ross Sapp, tell the fucking people that I did not fucking book this G1 final. Because I guess people were acting like he has influence over putting Takeshi in the final. But
is that what they thought?
I love picturing Tony Khan at home all red-faced, getting mad because he thinks everybody's going to blame him for Evil in the final. And then the funny thing is, it led to a bunch of the biggest morons on the internet between the Discord and Twitter being like, yeah, the New Japan fans love to blame Tony Khan for everything. They think Tony Khan's fault. Evil's in the final. I'm in a lot of New Japan fan circles. I follow a ton of New Japan fans on Twitter in 2 languages. I'm in the Super J-Cast Discord, which is full of the biggest sickos. I'm in the New Japan channel on the Voice Wrestling Discord all the time. I did not see a single person say that it's Tony Khan's fault that Evil was in the final. So I don't know who the fuck he was refuting here.
Definitely a case of somebody inventing somebody in their head to get mad at. Yeah.
The New Japan fans seem to be a victim of that all the time. New Japan
fans love threatening to kill Gato with hammers. I don't...
New Japan fans, the absolute funniest shit anyone can accuse a New Japan fan of being as a Gato apologist at this point.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
They want to fucking kill this man. I promise you, if you're not in the Super J-Cast Discord, every day it's like, Gato should be executed. Let's kill Gato with hammers. Everyone hates this man's booking.
People changing their usernames to things like Die Gato Bitch Hitler. That kind of thing.
Yes. It's like no one likes Gato. No one likes his fucking booking. The Gato apologists have left the building, I promise. But if you go into a certain chat for yellow names on the Voice of Wrestling Discord, it's the New Japan fans at it again, fucking blaming Tony Khan for everything to fucking take the heat off the beloved Gato. It's like, again, you're just inventing a New Japan.
That sounds like some projection to me. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's some heavy projection. Not everybody has a parasocial relationship with their wrestling booker.
So that's what you were wrestling earlier. I didn't know that background. I had no idea. It's so funny to me that SRS felt like he could comment on that at all. And yeah, it's probably just he's in a text with Tony Khan and just goes, Tony, do you have anything to say about... I don't know if that's what Sean Ross Sapp sounds like. He probably doesn't. About
I have no idea what that
means. Versus Evil. And Tony Khan's reaction is, I didn't book it. This isn't my fault. I'm so sorry.
I fucking hate. And the whole thing went on. Like, you may have noticed that Evil's never been on any Forbidden Doors or Dynamites or even Ring of Honor.
It's a mistake. He should 100% book Evil in AEW. Are you kidding me? The heat would be molten.
But yeah, and it's like, you may have noticed, so Tony Khan is not a particular fan of Evil or his work. It's like, okay.
Excalibur is never going to get to make a dick-to-dick contact call, and that's a shame.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. These, where were we? Callum Newman, 3.11. 9th place.
Hell yeah.
Look, I feel bad putting Callum down this far, because I think he was good.
Yeah, it feels a little low to me, too.
His one great match was with Taichi. It's just he had a lot of G1 openers where they didn't get any time and they didn't do anything. So it's just really hard to be higher than this. I mean, look, 3.11 still beats out 3 people in B block. So, I mean, I don't know. But
it made me feel really good about my pick for Callum as most improved, because it feels like this solidified him as one of their best singles wrestlers. And they can tap his shoulder for just about any title belt, and he's going to deliver.
10th place, last place in A block, Sonata, 2.78. So big gap. Other than the outfits, I just
still really highly entertaining.
I didn't enjoy much of anything about Sonata's G1. I mean, the Finley match was very good, 3 3/4. I only had one other match at 3.5 with Yuya, and then a lot of stuff below that. So,
Oh, no.
he just wasn't.
I really enjoyed Sonata here. Part of why I enjoy him also is he's a very different heel than Evil. Not just in that he also wrestles a lot like a face for most of the match sometimes, but he also just I don't know. He seems more self-aware and funny in a way that Evil, who is already a kind of self-aware and funny wrestler, just doesn't go to that level. It's very goofy. I enjoyed it a lot.
Then we go over to the B block. So obviously this does not include Gabe Kidd, who only wrestled one match before. Zack Sabre Jr. 3.97. Carried B block. I mean, really carried this block on his back. This fucking block would have been fucking dire without this man. I mean, 4.5 stars against Shota Umino totally made up for that fucking stupid Wrestle Kingdom main event they had. A couple more 4.25 with Shingo and ELP, which ELP's best match by a fucking miles we'll get to. Another 4-banger with Yoshihashi. Three more 3.75 with Takeshita, Narita, and Great Okan. And his lowest match is still 3.5 with Drella. So, outstanding tournament for Zach. As he may not be able to draw any crowds as world heavyweight champion, but his work rate is very strong still. So he carried this fucking block, especially given how underwhelming Takeshita was. This block needed him, so he was great in this block.
I went from being kind of mad that Goto lost the belt to Zach. Then I watched the match and I was like, well, that was really sick actually. So maybe I was wrong, but it's still kind of annoying that Zach goes into the G1 as the champion. And then he did what champions should do, which is give everybody in their block their best match. It was an Okada-level performance from him. I think he might actually be their best wrestler right now. Maybe partly because he's kind of being asked to be that role, right? And it turns out he's very, very good at delivering it. But he just has an extra edge, an extra nastiness to him right now that is making just every match that he's working in, even in undercards tags, highly entertaining to me. So, big fan of ZSJ right now. Wish he resonated more with the audience, but what can you do? Kind of a down year overall for Japan. New Japan.
Second place, Shingo Takagi, 3.72. Just normal, great stuff from Shingo here, and easily the second best wrestler in B block to me. Outstanding match with Takeshita at 4.5 stars. 4.25 with Zach. 4 flat with Great Okan. A couple more very good matches with Shota and ELP. Just a very, very good tournament for Shingo. Pretty much what you come to expect from him.
But it also felt like a step down from his previous singles tournament.
Yeah. I mean, he's also just getting pushed less.
Yeah. Well, he just main evented Dominion, though.
Yeah. That's true. I don't know. I didn't think
I don't know what to do with
huge
Shingo
step
right
down.
now.
Maybe it's... I mean, look, compared to... He's in a fucking shitty block, too.
There's that, too. So. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So, he was still the second best guy in this block by a mile. Because, big drop to third place. Konosuke Takeshita's third place, but with a 3.39. So, an enormous gap between Shingo and Takeshita for me. I mean, this guy... He had three really great matches. 4.5 with Shingo, 4.25 with Great Okan, 4 flat with Gabe, and 3.75 with Zack Sabre Jr. was very good too. And then his other 5 matches were just kind of nothing. I mean, that's more than half his tournament of his block matches. I mean, he was not. I mean, people are gonna think that I'm doing this because he's an AEW guy. Which I'm sure, because again, I get, people think I act in... There's a certain type of AEW fan that always thinks I'm acting in bad faith or whatever. But I thought Takeshita had an outstanding tournament last year. I mean, I would have put him as one of my very best wrestlers the entire G1 last year, if not the best period. I mean, he had an outstanding G1 last year.
Well, another point to my theory that they booked this year's tournament just based entirely on what they were seeing in last year's tournament. And if Takeshita had won the G1 after his performance last year, I wouldn't have resented it at all, even though I'd have been wary because of what happened with Jon Moxley, but it would have felt like a huge moment of triumph for one of Japan's best wrestlers. And now it feels...
because I have the spreadsheet from last year, I can even look this up. I gave him a 4.08 average last year, higher than I gave anyone in the tournament this year.
Oh wow!
And he was first place in the block easily. So first place in the entire tournament too. So yeah, so unless I magically became bad faced person in the last year, it's probably just that Takeshi that had a drop off from last year, a big drop off from last year. I mean, I don't think his wrestling was anywhere near as good. I thought he ended on a very bad note with Narita doing the fucking phantom knee injury shit, and I thought he had a couple other matches with like the Shota match. I thought he was the problem with that match with with 2 3/4 that main event. Like he went out there and like dominated it, and his control period was so goddamn boring. And then going on Twitter and watching all the AEW apologists try to pin that match on Shota, who I thought was way better than Takeshi in that match, was so fucking annoying. And yeah, just like the ELP match was like last year he had that amazing ELP match. This year that he had a pretty fucking shitty one. And yeah, just I don't know. He just didn't. Again, he's in a harder block. This block was not very good. He still was third place in his block with this 3.39, but the same 3.39 would have made him like seventh, I think, or sixth or something in fucking A block. And he just really, he just really didn't have a standout tournament, especially by his standards. Especially what I was expecting after the year he had last year, and especially given he was winning the fucking thing. I didn't think he had a great tournament at all. So there's my Takeshi to take. Feel free to rip me in Discord chats or whatever the fuck you're going to do. But
I'm not worried about Discord chatters personally, but I would worry about his wife. She's a psycho.
Well, she probably doesn't speak English, so it's okay. Unless she does. Who knows?
I'm sure she has to. She still works in the U.S., so...
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how many Japanese wrestlers like live here and then like barely learn English. But fourth place, we have Drilla Maloney with a 3.34. I thought he was, for Takeshita, this is a bad range to be in. For Drilla, it's a pretty good range to be in. I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean, he had one real standout match, and it was with ELP of all people. That fucking 5-minute banger I went 4 stars on. And then a bunch of other just good, solid stuff in a block where a lot of other people had bad matches. And he really never had a bad match. His worst match was 2.5. So, that kept his average high.
Yeah. Definitely took a step forward, like I said earlier. I'm looking forward to seeing what else he does. I assume that where he's going is probably like a never challenge. I think that'd be a fun match.
Fifth place, and this concludes this little grouping of 3 that's really close together, is Shota Umino at 3.31. Again, he peaked super high with the Zack match at 4.5, but that was my only match above 4 stars for him. He had 2 other very good matches, I thought, with Yoshihashi and Shingo that I went 3 3/4 on. He just didn't have that other banger that would help his average be higher, and he had a couple really blah matches with ELP. And then Takeshita, especially for the card placement, the Takeshita match was not very good. So, that's why his average ends up being a bit lower, but still, 5th in the block. Definitely could have been worse given how inconsistent he could be. And I thought he showed flashes, I thought. There were moments where he looked like he could still be something. So it's about all you could hope for, really.
Yeah, I'm just kind of sad about how Rin panned out. Because, I thought with the match against Zack, he had turned a corner, and he was going to...
Oh, no, this was Shota.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, Rin's coming much lower on the list, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay, Shota I have different thoughts on. He's just been inconsistent, right? And it feels like he's heavily dependent on who his dance partner is to get a good match, but even then, like I was talking about with the Tsuji match, that one he just seemed to lack any initiative, and I just don't know what to do with Shota at this point beyond. I don't think it's worth giving up on him, but I do kind of feel like if they could put him in the 6-man or the tags for a little while, and have him have a run with those belts, that might be helpful. But his tag partner is ELP, I guess. And I don't know if
Oh,
that's
God.
necessarily a great pairing. I might
No.
prefer if instead he was like tagging with Yuya. That might be cooler.
6th place, Great Okan, a 3.19. I mean, he had some really standout moments. 4 1/4 at Takeshita. That was his best match of the tournament. 4 flat with Shingo. 3 3/4 with ZSJ, which a lot of people like that match even more than I did. But then he had a bunch of the Great Cope matches reemerging where he would lose these completely nondescript average or below average matches.
Yep.
So yeah, 3.19 feels about right for him. He was when he was good, he was very good. When he was bad, he was just, just there.
Yep. Hard to add to that. Let's move on.
Yoshihashi in 7th, 3.06. Really dragged down by the ELP match that I gave 1 star. That was the absolute worst match of the tournament for me, which I buried enough in the last episode, so no need to do it again. With the weird bug-eyed fucking ELP selling and like fucking gasping like a fish or whatever the fuck he was doing. Because I'm convinced he worked that match drunk or hungover or something. Like I'm convinced that's what happened. His 4-star match with Zach helped him. After that, he had a lot of like 3 and 3 1/4. 3 3/4 against Shota. I don't know. He was Yoshihashi. He was fine.
Yep. I think I kind of gave my opinion on Yoshihashi's tournament earlier when I talked about his last match. There's a lot to be said for having a really fiery babyface underdog in this kind of tournament who also is just not going to get any significant wins. I wonder if they just kind of subverted that a little too much by having him stack all his wins at the beginning. None of which were very great matches.
8th place, Red Narita, 2.88. He never broke the 4 barrier for me. His best match was 3 3/4 against Zach on the opening night. And yeah, wow. Early on, he was very good. He was having good matches, and he was just cheating on his own. And then all of a sudden, they were like, well, get Kanemaru out there. We need more heat, brother. And it's like, why does every house member have to do interference? It's really bizarre to me that they think we want to see 3 different guys doing interference, doing the fake ringing the bell, doing all this shit. Like, can't at least just be Evil doing that and let Narita and Sonata cheat? Let Narita and Sonata cheat in their own way.
Yeah, they should be different, right?
That's how they did it early on. I don't know why they got away from it. So very weird, very bad. I guess this is another thing where the AEW homers like put their fucking fingers in the ears, just pretend we never criticized New Japan. But anyway, I've dumped on those people enough probably. But yeah, Narita 8th place here, 2.88 average. I wish I liked it more because I really liked him early on. I liked his stuff with Gabe earlier in the year, and he just fucking fell off a cliff for me. So I want to like you, Red Narita. Please let me like you more. Your suplexes are cool. Yeah. I like your wrestling, but like you just go into these modes where you're doing nothing, and I don't know. Like Evil is entertaining at the house match. Sonata and Narita aren't that entertaining at it when they're just doing the fucking wacky interference shit. So let Evil stick to that. Do something different.
Yeah. I agree. Ren's one of my like early favorites, right? Who I latched onto pretty hard when he came back in that match against Shibata. And I still believe one of these days he's going to be a top champion, and it won't be with the same gimmick that he has now. I think he is so much better than his technical ability is so much better than his matches currently allow him to show. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have to stop being a heel to be a better wrestler, but it kind of feels like that has to be the case at this point.
And then Mr. El Phantasmo, last place in B block, 2.84. He somehow stays above Sonata for last place overall. I mean, look, he was horrible at the start. He had that clunker of a match with Takeshi that inexplicably got praised. He had that horrible match with Narita where he just completely refused to sell his leg, even though Narita hit it with a fucking push-up bar leading into the match, and then worked it over. And ELP is like, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to do my high flying now. That was, for a while, the worst match of the G1 at 1.5, but he found a new depth to plunge. But then, all of a sudden, he stopped annoying me. 3 3/4 against Shingo. 4 stars against Drilla. 4 1/4 against Zach. It's like, ELP is suddenly, like, no longer pissing me off. And then he's like, well, what I'm gonna do is drink 8 straight whiskey sours the night before, and then, or whiskey highballs the night before, and then come out and face Yoshihashi and have a 1-star match. That's the very worst match of the G1. And I'm like, yeah, he's back, baby. EL Piss is back. And 2.84 average, last place in the block. I mean, he was looking better for a while there. What the fuck? Why did he go out there and do the fish face and the bug eyes? Like, what the fuck was that match? He had to have been hungover. I'm really convinced he was hungover. He said he was hungover on commentary the other day.
I could see it. Right before that. Yeah.
He must have been hungover. That was the match of Mania. It was hungover wrestles. So.
Yeah.
Look, I've been there. I've been there. I've half-assed my job hungover too. Okay? So, whatever. No judgment. But I got to give you a score based on what I see on the screen, and that was a fucking horrible match. You're lucky I gave it a single star. So.
I feel like ELP also needs change of some kind. Maybe go back to being a heel because
I have a great idea.
Certainly worked for him at the time. What's your idea?
That's a great plan. There's this little promotion in America that I hear is doing really good things. It's called All Elite Wrestling. I think he should go there. I think ELP, AEW, I think it's a match made in heaven. So, my favorite booker, who with the most chill and normal fans who never get mad at you for absolutely nothing, Tony Khan. I can't wait to see what he could do with ELP. So, there we go. That's what should happen.
I guess there's a chance of it because ELP was kind of at his peak in 2019, which I think Tony Khan was still watching the product then.
Yeah, I don't know. It's,
Otherwise, yeah, I don't like saying bad things about ELP in particular because I feel like he still has it in him to deliver some really cool shit. And he did do that almost consistently as a junior. I don't know why going heavy, having that extended feud with GOD and joining Hantai has just completely robbed him of his mojo, but it has. Can't explain it.
But there you go. That's your G1 participant wrap up. Let's get to the top matches ranking. So these are my favorite matches of the tournament. I'll just go everything through 4 1/4, which is like 14 matches. I won't go because I feel like it'll be. I did everything down to 3 3/4, but I feel like reading all like fucking 37 of them would be bad audio. So my favorite match of the tournament, I have Taichi versus Yuya Uemura, 4.5 stars, night 2. Nothing ever beat it for me. This was just an outstanding fucking match. They did such great stuff in that match. I mean, just like that mentor versus disciple feeling you got to it the whole time, and the crowd like rallying behind Taichi. It was one of those matches where the intangibles around it really added to it. And then the work they did was outstanding too. I mean, just outstanding work from these two, as you'd expect. But yeah, the intangibles really is what put it over the top as my favorite match of the tournament. My other 3 4.5 star matches, I have Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shota Umino from night 4 in the B block. So that was my second favorite match. Then David Finlay versus Yuya Uemura from night 16 in the A block as third favorite. Konosuke Takeshita versus Shingo Takagi from night 6 as fourth favorite. So those are my 4 4.5 star matches. My favorite 4 1/4 to round out the top 5 was Yota Tsuji versus Yuya Uemura from night 3. So they worked that match, with such a sense of urgency, and it got that crowd reaction of like the crowd finally treating them as main eventers. That really, really added to it. And again, I had much longer reviews on these actual matches where I went through all my notes and everything that made the matches great on the actual episode, since we covered the entire G1. So feel free to go back and watch them. But this is more just for people who didn't watch the whole G1 or maybe didn't listen to those episodes and wants to hear some match recommendations. So yeah, Tsuji versus Uemura starts the 4 1/4. Then I have Tanahashi versus Taichi from night 1. Taichi versus David Finlay from night 3. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Konosuke Takeshita from night 18, which is obviously the semifinal. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shingo Takagi from night 12. Shota Umino versus Yota Tsuji from night 17, one of the quarterfinals. Zack Sabre Jr. versus ELP from night 6. Yoda Tsuji versus Taichi from night 9, Konosuke Takeshita versus Great Okan from night 4, and Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Yuya Uemura also from night 9. So those are all my favorite G1 matches of the tournament. Those are everything I went 4.25 and above on, and that's everything I would say like is a must-watch match. Anything you can think of that you disagree on or that you thought wasn't that great?
Those are all great choices. There's a couple I would add if people are looking for recommendations to watch. I would say Yuya Uemura versus Oiwa. I thought was a tremendous match.
At a 4 flat, that was on night 13.
So okay, yeah, I was higher on that. I actually thought that was kind of a beautiful, pure expression of pro wrestling, if that makes sense, and was one of my favorites. And Rin Narita versus ZSJ, which I think you mentioned you gave 3 3/4. I definitely went higher than that on that when I was keeping track of ratings. But I thought that was the big glimpse into what Rin Narita could be, how cool he could be as a wrestler. And also was the start of a great run for ZSJ.
Yeah. That was night 1, by the way.
That was night 1, yes.
Yeah. We got a question, by the way, which normally I don't get things. I never ask for them anymore. But South Dakota Jones wanted to know, this is probably something you'll address. We might have kind of talked about this. But was the Takeshita win something that seemed like it was built up to it all during the year or even the G1 tournament itself? I don't watch New Japan regularly, so I want to know if I'm missing something. To me, it seemed like Takeshita was just, quote, guy who comes in and has good matches and defends his title without much more in-story character. Do you feel like there's been more Takeshita in New Japan during this year to build to a G1 win? Well, easy answer. No. No, I don't feel like they built it at all. And that, I think, is what led to some of the backlash among the hardcore New Japan fans, especially online, where they were invested in Tsuji and Yuya and Oiwa and even Umino. They were invested in their own young wrestlers, so they see every show, who's on every tour, who feel like they had actual stories this year, and they wanted to see win a G1 finally, versus this guy Takeshita who just fucking drops in for random shows. And his story, we did talk about this kind of. His story felt like he was the invader heel at the start, and then by the end he was like this weird, completely opaque narrative of like trying to bring wrestling together. What does that even mean? There's like, they never explain what the fuck
Carlson
that meant.
was on one when he was talking about that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the announcers have very little to work with this, so I'm not trying to down them.
I think Chris pretty clearly picked up on, he's supposed to be the babyface heel here. How do I pitch that to an audience that might be hostile to him as an outsider? And that's what he came up with.
Yeah, and it wasn't very good. But again, I don't really blame him because they were not telling the story well at all. So so the answer, Mr. Dakota, no. No, they did not build up.
To be fair,
did not build up well to Takeshita to win the tournament.
To be fair, the other element here is Takeshita had a dominant run as the Never champion, and only recently dropped the belt to Bars. But again, he only showed up for big shows and shows in America, so he felt like a part-timer. Part of what we want from our champions is they need to show up every day for even the smallest matches in the small towns. They need to be part of the promotion. I don't even think they need to necessarily even be signed, right? If Jon Moxley had exactly the same championship matches he had as champion a couple years ago, but he was still showing up for the small tours, I wouldn't have minded as much how that panned out.
And this is not a new thing for New Japan. Again, people think this is about some AEW thing. Kenny got shit for this when he was IWGP champion 2018 and skipping a bunch of the tours. AJ Styles got shit for this when he was IWGP champion briefly and skipping a bunch of the tours to work US Indies. The Japanese fans do not like it when you're pushing someone as a top star as G1 champion, as IWGP champion, and that person's not showing up on the regional shows. I mean, to them, it looks like you're turning your nose down at them. Now, you can disagree. You can think that's not fair or whatever the fuck. That's how they feel, and I think it explains a lot of the reaction. So, anyway.
So in short, there wasn't really a chance for much of a storyline here, because Takeshita didn't come to a lot of shows, and he was just defending the Never for the most part. So
yeah, there you go.
Again,
right,
I think his it's really, you have to reach all the way back to his performance in the last G1 to try and string a narrative together that helps this make sense. And I think that's just too long ago.
Yeah. All righty. Well, we went over 4 hours again. I knew we could do it, but
did we hit 5? I can't tell since we had to split this into 2 parts.
So yeah, 150 plus 226 is not 5. That's like
all right,
410. That's like 420 or something.
Hey, a 420, you say? Alrighty, I'll take it.
Yeah, there you go. Don't bring any marijuana to Japan, by the way. That goes for everybody. unless you want to end up in Hawaii, quote unquote, with Matt Sydal. Old school reference there. All right. Next week, folks, I'll be back on here with Velky, another returning guest who people seem to enjoy hearing from, just like you, Arametha. You've become a crowd favorite. So
thank you, everyone.
Take a little bow. But yeah, next Monday, I'll be on here with Velky. We're going to be covering the end of the 5-star, so the last 2 nights, and then do the tournament wrap-up like we just did with the G1. We'll also be covering Senjo the Biggest on August 24th, and the All Japan Odo tournament opener, which is August 24th, which, I feel like I haven't talked about any All Japan in eons. I just haven't watched them during these 2 tournaments. So, I'm looking forward to watching some other men's Japanese wrestling besides Japan, I will say. Like, I'm really there's just no time between the fact that, you have New Japan and STARDOM every other day, and then I was also traveling a lot at the same time, so it was really not a great time to keep up with anything, but looking forward to getting back into All Japan, and then the following week DDT too. So yeah, that'll be next week. That episode will be like a day later than usual because I'm going to Anime NYC this coming weekend, so another anime convention for me, but I'm a very cool person, folks. But yeah, Anime NYC this week. I'm not doing any panels though, so if you're going to that convention, you cannot hear me talk unless you happen to walk past me while I'm talking, which is always weird when people recognize my voice and they go, "Oh, I've heard you on a podcast," and I'm like, "Wow, this is weird." I mean, I feel bad making fun of them, but I'm not really making fun of them. I'm making fun of myself for like having that moment of like, I am a very, 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 very micro celebrity. It's very weird, especially wrestling shows where like people recognize my voice and just like go up to me and start talking. They're like, "I listened to your podcast," or whatever. I'm just like, wow, okay. I recognized you. I recognized your voice. It's very strange feeling. Maybe it'll happen to you now that you've been on this podcast so many times.
Oh no, that's terrifying.
You'll go to some show in Japan and somebody will. Well, I told this story before. There was a Japanese guy who did that to me once, which was the weirdest one.
Oh yeah, and he said like he's been learning English by listening to your podcast, which sounds like a lot of responsibility, really.
Yeah. Like I was outside of Shinkiba First Ring. I don't remember what promotion. I remember I was like standing right by Kyoko Kimura's food truck. She has a I don't know if you heard about that, but she has this taco truck that she brings to shows. And I was standing right by the taco truck. I don't think I was getting anything from the taco truck. I was just standing over there. And yeah, some guy just was talking to whoever I was with, probably Quinlan. And the guy walks up and he introduces himself and, he's like, "Oh, Johnson." And I'm like, "What?" I was just like, what? It's one of those like out of body experiences, like being recognized by a random Japanese person at Shinkiba First Ring because you host a stupid wrestling podcast that in your mind no one listens to. But it's very weird.
That sounds intense.
It is intense. But yeah, the most times it ever happened in one night was at the DDT New York City show, because I think a lot of people who were the types of people that would listen to this podcast went to that show basically, and I happened to also be at that show, and I talked out loud, and that happened like 4 or 5 fucking times that night. Like people kept walking up to me like, "Oh, you're the Omakase guy." I'm like, "Oh, excuse me, Omakase person." But anyway. Yeah, I think they probably said that. Anyway, who gives a shit? We're gonna wrap this up, folks. Thank you for listening to Wrestling Omakase again. You can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase. Wrestling would not fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And yeah, like I said, next week back with Velky. After Anime NYC, we'll see if I can get any more Chuntium full combos between now and then. And anything you want to, you never have anything to plug. Anything you want to say before we go?
Yeah, I don't have a social media presence at all. So, no. Hey, like if you are down on New Japan after the G1 and Dominion and Best of the Super Juniors, I understand.
Run, this company's been on.
But hey, one of the great things about being a Japanese wrestling fan is there's so much other great wrestling out there to enjoy. So maybe pick up a Wrestle Universe subscription. Just a thought. That's my message.
Or Stardom World, maybe.
Stardom World as well, for sure.
Yeah. There was a point. That was honestly the funniest contrast yesterday. So it was after Evil advanced, before the actual final, where I think the actual final was actually so good that people got more into it. There was this contrast where people in the yellow chat, the yellow name chat room, were like, yeah, those New Japan fans in there fucking run a defense for Gato. And meanwhile, if you scrolled up through the New Japan channel, it was all people discussing discussing alternate promotions they could watch because they didn't want to watch New Japan anymore.
I sold so many people on watching the 5-star in that chat. It was great.
Yeah, it was a lot of people trying to be like, should I try Noah? What's All Japan been doing? Like that kind of, like, it's just like but the defense squad is here, everybody. Just talking about unsubscribing from New Japan World and asking what other promotions they should watch. But anyway. The clowns got a lot of airtime on this episode, so congratulations to them. All right, folks, we'll see you next time for the 5-star wrap-up. Thank you as always for listening. See you later.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collins, and I am the host of the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, a show right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we take a deep look at individual issues and stories that are going on in the wrestling world. Each episode is about a different topic, and we take a thorough and educated look at things ranging from current booking trends to breakdowns on individual performers and angles to investigations into different fan cultures across the industry. In addition, we keep a close eye on the wrestling media, and as a professional journalist, I bring a unique perspective to how current issues in wrestling are being covered and discussed through the wrestling media. We have a revolving series of guests from across wrestling punditry joining us on each episode, and we hope that you make the choice to give us a listen on wherever you get your podcast from.
Wrestling Omakase is back, baby. The weekly podcast that takes you across all the top promotions on the entire Japanese wrestling scene, from New Japan to Stardom, Noah, DDT, All Japan, Mari Gold, Dragon Gate, Tokyo Joshi, Sendai Girls, and a whole lot more. I'm John Carroll, a fan of Japanese wrestling for over 20 years, and every week I'm joined by a rotating cast of guest co-hosts as we break down all the top promotions in Japan, men's and women's. Check out Wrestling Omakase right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network today.